All right, all right. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Thursday, October 13th. We are live. Let me check that the stream is working. Let me see. Good morning, good morning. Welcome, welcome. Going to do some live trading again today. How's that stream quality here? Good morning, good morning. Welcome, welcome. Going to do some live trading again today. Made it just in time where the setup is now available to us on this pound trade that we've been testing live. This is the fourth live test of a trade, which pretty much, we've sealed the deal. This thing is very consistently profitable. We'll look again today. We've talked about what the trade setup is, how to enter it, how to manage it, and we've had 2 wins and a break even. Yesterday the trade went to 120 pips with no drawdown. Didn't even take that long. So let's see what we get today. We're doing it live again. Welcome, welcome. Good morning, good morning. Yeah, that trade was insane yesterday. Hilarious. Let's see what we get today. So we have the levels marked. Pound, dollar, pound, yen. Having discussions about doing it in the U.S. session using the 9 to 10 a.m. New York time hourly range there. And I know it's an odd time because you have 9:30 New York open. You have 8, technically the foreign exchange open, or whatever that is. It's 2 opens. But that's what seems to be working. 100%, that's what's working. We'll see. Over time, right? But so far, so good. So if we break to the upside, we may get a long trade. If we break to the downside, we may get a short trade if we break to the upside with weakness and get a fake break, right? So once we get out of these levels, once again, we'll see it live. We'll make the decision. I'll get into the trade or I won't. We haven't had a no trade day testing this. There's been a setup either way. There usually is. The too good to be true trade. It's crazy. Welcome, welcome. What's up? No, how did that work out yesterday? I think it got a little hairy. What happened? Yesterday, the 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock is here. Where am I? 9 o'clock. Okay, there's the level. I went there within that 9 o'clock hour. Okay, so there's the high, there's the low from 9 a.m. to 10. Okay. Broke to the downside. That's a short entry. Right? Yeah. It closed below on the 5-minute. Volume's not high. It dropped somewhat, but ooh. What ended up happening? Not much. It dropped and then went into a range. What size move was that? 84, 70, 67. So like 15 pips, give or take. That's not very much. You can see the activity did pick up at that time. A bit. As far as being able to finally break out of that range. But then it ended up being a fake breakout. What happened here? Was that news? That's kind of a crappy one there. I mean, it just depends where your stop was. If you can get out break even. If you put it at break even while it was up in profit. You know, depending on how you manage it, it affects the outcome. But nothing special there. We'll keep an eye on it, yeah. Would you have stopped out on the second blue candle after entry? Oh, that looks too close. Sorry, I already left the area. Where was I? Stopped out there. That's a really tight stop for this trade. Let me see the pip count here. Let's say 85 is the entry. A 20 pip stop would give you, all the way up here. This would be a 20. Okay, yeah. This would be a 20 pip stop. That's a really small stop. I mean, if we're talking about getting behind the previous swing, yeah, that's cutting it close. I would get my stop in this out of that, above this, and it's not even 20 pips, like an 18 pip stop here or something. So getting it between the previous, I mean, technically, if you're following the method, did it break the previous swing? I don't know, 5-minute swing? Not really. So I wouldn't have put it that tight. That wouldn't have hit stop. The question is, does this hit stop? Is there management of the trade at this point? Stop and break even. It depends what you do with it. But that's a very choppy and slow U.S. session here for the euro dollar. It went nowhere. I was talking about looking for up moves and weakness. We couldn't get anywhere. I mean, this is the whole London. So this is the whole thing here. London into New York. It just never got out of this stuff. So what are you going to do if it doesn't go? Oh, I got to keep an eye on this. Don't want to miss it. Are we in the? We're near the top. Okay. But yeah, it's over my limited testing of it, because I'm usually not able to trade that time, but I go to sleep. But in my limited testing and back testing, it looks good. That's one day. Like I say, if it's at least 70%, then it's all good. It's probably a bit more than that win ratio. I didn't want to do much yesterday, though, generally ranging there. Yeah, it depends how you manage it, but yeah. So if we break to the upside here, we'll see about a long entry. Again, this trade is sort of self-contained, so all the rest of the analysis and background analysis doesn't apply. If you start applying it, it will it'll tell you, maybe it's a kind of a weird trade, but yeah, you can't argue with profit, as they say. I guess I'm kind of starting off like, especially once I start doing this trade on my main account, it's going to be like, okay, do this first, and then wherever this ends up, if there's a trade on it, which usually is, get back to the background storyline and everything after that. Do we have news or anything? Because you do want to be careful with this stuff as far as weird days or... No, okay, it's just the U.S. news, which of course is very high impact stuff. So it's one of those days where news is, not until U.S. session, and it's very big. Anything could happen between now and then, as far as it could be slow because everyone's waiting for news, or it could be moving, whatever. Who the heck knows? Last 2 days, a few dojis on the daily. Yeah, kind of opened and closed around the same price and went nowhere in the end. All right. Yeah. Yeah, that's 3 days of this range. So it's been that kind of week for the euro. Pound? No. There's the up move yesterday that we caught from the daily perspective. All right, so we're in the middle of the range. Just got to wait until we go either above or below. Let's see if we get our entry. All right. It looked like we might have gotten an early pop up when I was ready to go, and I better start the stream. And then we're just sagging, hanging out in the middle of the range. That's kind of how it started yesterday. Maybe it'll just be a repeat of yesterday. That's fine. As far as the rest of the analysis for today, obviously it's the market's, it's all about the big news later. Simply put, we're in a bearish environment, and if we're seeing weakness, especially around news, it's like I talked about yesterday, we just didn't go anywhere for U.S. session. It was just that range. But looking to sell off up moves, it could be around news. We could get climactic strength off of news. It might be a news-focused, kind of day where after that, off of that news, you get a clear setup situation. The euro dollar should get out of this range on news, if not sooner. But certainly on news, it really should. Driven by whatever the U.S. dollar wants to do here. But I'd be looking for shorts, as I've been saying, shorts on up moves, weakness, unless volume says otherwise, which, again, if that's going to happen, is likely going to be on news. If it does give us, a down move with climactic strength, and then we become bullish. But otherwise, looking for those shorts. Keep in mind the news timing. What time is it for me, that news? 8:30. So I guess I'll stay up, most likely. See what it looks like. Okay, well, we got a little time unless it suddenly pops out of the range from the middle. When you're in a range, things tend to get choppy in the middle. But we are right into London. Maybe it's going to do something here. Probably see a continuation up on this in the short term if it runs into some buying on the down move. Just looking at small time frame details, 1 minute euro dollar. Likely to continue up if it can run into some strength off of that. It may not be the worst scalp in the world. Higher highs, higher lows. Structure, very little weakness coming in. If there's a pop in strength, we're likely trying to break through that high there. Off of that. Could be a 10 pip scalp, whatever. So waiting for the entry here on the pound, dollar, pound, yen. If we break the highs or lows that we have here off of the first hour. Another trade in the toolbox. Looking very consistent. Did we hit strength on the euro dollar? And we did. I could take a little scalp for funds. Not much of a bullish reaction, though. Maybe we'll get more buyers lower. It's just likely not done with that top. As far as making a high. Likely not done. It's a little weird working off of London Open action. But as we get away from it, I start to trust it again. Like I say, the 1 minute chart goes through phases, and the larger time frame stuff, it's the same thing. I'd be looking to buy a retracement if this was a 1 hour chart, right? Off strength. You draw a fib in there. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't like drawing fibs on ranges, but that's kind of a trending move there. 3 pushes up, maybe a ABC retracement. See the same pattern show up, right? Why not trade them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up. Maybe we do. Maybe we do that. Why am I getting that? Okay. And then from there. Five wave up, 3 wave retracement on a 1 minute chart. If we're hitting buyers here, we're hitting a bit. It's probably more lower. But that's a little, see, it's all that's like the same as a large time frame analysis. That is a support and a fake break. So if there was a bigger spike in volume here, it would be very high probability of going up from that point. Not even coming down here. If there's a bit of buying, you might get down there to see more and then do that. What's up? What's up? Is this going to set up today again? Not far from the high. Let's see if we can pop out. With this setup, the main testing I'm doing is, yes, the pound, dollar, pound, yen this time of day, yeah. Have been also looking at euro dollar in the U.S. session using the 9 to 10 a.m. hour range. New York time. And then somebody in the Discord was talking about Bitcoin off of 9 to 10 a.m., which never even crossed my mind, and I haven't checked, I haven't looked that, because I think of it like a 24-hour market, but of course it's versus U.S. dollar and this correlation. It could even be in cryptos. I don't know. That I haven't looked at. Somebody mentioned that it does look like it's there too. But the concept of having an opening an hour, and it's if it's 9 to 10 a.m., you've got really the second half an hour. That's the U.S. market open. So it may seem like a weird time, but back testing and looking so far, that might be the way to go with that. So it's mainly focused on this time of day, but there's certainly talk and potential with the other stuff, with other things. Good morning, good morning. Yeah, taking a look at it using the 9 to 10 a.m. New York time range. And looking for that entry after 10 a.m. I think there's something there as well. So while we wait for the pound, that might be fun just to do. Something to do. Could even get into a scalp off of it. So as I said, if we get here and see a spike in volume, then it's likely going for the high and trying to break it. And again, like doing this on a 1 minute chart is cool because you kind of go through the markup, the reaccumulation, right? These Wyckoff phases are, things that take days, and days only take, 30 minutes on a 1 minute chart. So it's kind of cool. It's cool to see it work. So right now, like according to the template, the way I use, the fib zones and the market structure of the simple Elliott wave and a retracement and reaccumulation, typically off this area. If we pop in here, that's the template. We pop into here, volume spikes, and we get kicked out as a result. That makes it very likely to continue up. It could even be, these type of patterns you see all the time. Not only the 618 overshoot that I always point out, where you come down here for that buy. There's a little swing point, and think about where stop losses are. Stop losses are right below there on some scalps and some long entries. They're going to be below here, right into this area. So it could do that whole dip down there, clear that out, give us a volume spike, right? And then go for it after that. Right now, we're seeing these lower prices without much volume. So that tells us it's likely going to get there. We're going to come down. Haven't hit the buyers yet. If we can get down, maybe they'll show up suddenly there, If they don't, then it's like, all right, we're probably just ranging and come to the bottom. So it's pretty logical stuff, right, to read the chart like that. And you could do it on a 1 minute chart, and even just for practice, because it's those same patterns, What would you say about the accuracy of your main VSA method? Would it be above 70? Yeah. Yes. And of course, there's winning streaks that occur. And if I take a loss, a second loss, right? Let's say 2 losses. I'm going, okay, this market's wacky. I'm going to chill out. I'm not a robot. If there's uncertainty or news or stuff, So I think that's, because you're working off of this high probability information, right? And if it doesn't happen once, it doesn't happen twice, it tells you the market's a little effed up. Chill out, So as far as there's never a string of losses in a row. If you acknowledge that things are a little funky, and you wait for them to start behaving right. I mean, you're not going to get a string of losses either way, but that helps you. it's like actually gives you an idea of market conditions by seeing the trades work out or not. Where did my pop-up window go for the chat? It just disappeared. It's here somewhere. Okay. Waiting for that pound setup right in the middle of the range. Nothing to do. We need a 5-minute close outside of the range to consider an entry. But like I say, it's just reading facts off a chart to the best of your ability and best of your knowledge. And if it's pointing to something being high probability, being right, you're usually good. If not, market's whacked. That's not most of the time. Usually how much trade market presents in a week per pair. On my method, well, I look at it like this, where so my main pairs are like the first 6 here, euro dollar, down to the $3 pairs, 3 yen pairs. That's mainly what I'm looking for on those pairs. That's the first thing. Then I'll say, okay, let's say for example today, I'm looking to short weakness on up moves, right? And I know the U.S. dollar is very much driving that sort of situation. So I can look at the dollar pairs and say, where would that typically set up and all that. Then I can hone in on which one might give the better setup out of all of them. And 1 or 2 might set up, and I may take 1 or I may take 2. So as far as when that trade comes around, that's correlated. But the point is, when I map out like what's the best trade of the day, it's typically 1 on a dollar pair. So I'm looking for that one trade per day. As far as that, it doesn't mean there may not be others, but that's the approach today. Just using today as an example, right? You need some example. Up move, weakness, looking to short. That can happen around news, U.S. session, could happen earlier, whatever, right? So that's like the bullseye trade. The one, if things change, let's say it drops, we see climactic strength. Or let's say we get the short, right? We're in the short, it's all good. And then it gives climactic strength, and I can go long. It's whatever it wants to give. And then there'll be 2 trades on dollar pairs. And that could happen where we get some weakness. We could trade it short, like we know we're looking for today. And then from there, get climactic volume to reverse. And it's still not too late in the day. So it's just working off of this, what the market wants to give, and getting the trade according to it, And I like U.S. driven and yen driven. You can apply that to the yen pairs. So, I kind of, more times than not, these pairs are being driven by the U.S. dollar activity, and these are being driven by the yen activity. So you're not going to get going in 2 different directions. Not on my method. You're not going to be buying euro dollar, selling pound dollar, and, going all over the place. But that method is about quality over quantity. So while we wait for the pound dollar and the pound yen potential entry that we're testing live, been profitable. While we wait, I think it's cool to do this. We're doing analysis on a 1-minute chart. Let's go. Take a scalp. right there would be where some stops are, and you'd probably see that volume pop up. So according to the template of the market and what's reality in here, a pop in there in volume, bring it back up, kick out some stops on some longs through here. And if it breaks through here without buyers, it's likely going to the low, and that could be a short scalp. You see a break test continuation, short. But right now, bullish. That's what I was saying. Some buyers would be nice to see here. It got quiet, though, and rather than seeing some increase in volume off lows or getting some new lows to see that, it just kind of went to sleep. So are these moving up? Okay, maybe we'll get the long entry then on these. Let's see if we can break it. Bit of activity. Maybe it'll get things going one way or the other and get out of this range for an entry. I was looking at baby pips. Been a long time. I got a thread on there from like a decade ago. Crazy. There's a side account. We'll take the trade in the side account today. One more time. Gonna celebrate. Now watch me get a copyright claim on my video for doing that. So waiting for the entry. What are we going to do in the meantime? I don't know. That's how it goes with trading. Trading is mostly waiting. But all three streams so far, we've gotten an entry. They're typically pretty much around this time or very soon. Gonna celebrate. See, I got that in your head now. Sorry. One more time. Yeah, see, on this, it would have been nice just to observe the little mini reaccumulation on the 1 minute. But it doesn't want to go there, huh? Oh, that was my first. That's right. That was my first projection. It was that. It was the ABC retracement. Okay. That's right. There we go. It's the kind of thing where we knew it was leaning towards bullish and breaking out. But it would have been nice to see strength to get in. But if it goes, it goes. If it comes down, then that's your opportunity to see, okay, our buyer's really looking to do that here. This could be another little trap to get people to long. Build up more stops down here and go get them. I say that because you are getting some selling coming in here and buying. It's a bit active, so it might be able to come down. What's up? What's up? Do I trade unfunded accounts? I just trade my own accounts. No, nothing like that. Don't send me your money. Let's get out of the range for a trade. It's always that lesson one, patience. Okay. Get down there. All right. Well, if this closes up on decreased volume, it's going to go to the high very quickly. And scalp that if you want. I wanted to see those buyers down low and get in something down here. Some mentors say, they say all kinds of things. Forex market is running on an algorithm. Like, completely? No. What you say about that? It doesn't really matter if you could read what's going on, supply, demand, and what the big money is doing. I don't care who's doing it. I don't care if it's computers or people. Some things never change. I'm sure to some extent, but not entirely. I mean, foreign exchange also not, besides you're saying running on an algorithm, but you have real life supply and demand going on in the real world as far as the foreign exchange. There are global companies that need different currencies. There are wars going on. You need to exchange funds. You know what I'm saying? There's that, and you want to do it at a good price. So, there's other factors besides that. See if we get our pound trade again today. We've already seen a good variety of what you have to deal with trades, with this trade, or any trade. The small TP hits break even. The break even trade, man, it's not behaving. And then the one where you get in and it goes to the moon. The one thing is, it seems to pretty quickly get you into profit. From there, figure it out. Do what makes sense. Don't have any expectations. Just whatever the chart says to do, like I've been showing. How long did it take for it to become consistent? Years, and the longer I did it, the better I got. I still feel like I'm getting better. You just get better and better. But, in the trading world, if you've been trading 1 or 2 years, you're still considered new. You know what I mean? It depends what you're doing also. And it depends if you're already sort of disciplined or what. But nobody just goes into it making money. It just never happens. But you're going to lose at first. But like if you're taking something like this one trade, looking for this one trade every day that I do on the pound yen, pound dollar, that doesn't involve a lot of things. It's like a simplified trade. So it depends what you're doing and how advanced it is, right? If you really want to learn how to read a chart and what's really going on, it does take some time. And every time you have to make mistakes. You have to make mistakes so you can learn, correction, get better. That's the whole process. Takes months and months and months. But like if somebody's new getting into trading, show them this trade. It's pretty damn simple. See if we get it again today. What happened with the euro dollar projection? It's just going to go. Well, can't be mad at it. We knew it was likely to go there. But a little dip and strength could have gotten me in there. See what it wants to do next. Well, if it tests the resistance, which it looks like it's going to do, there's not much selling, then I don't like buying into resistance. But the next piece of information will be, are we going to reject it a third time today? There. Seeing weakness and rejection, or are we going to get a real breakout? From there, I can start buying dips if it's a real breakout. So we'll see the behavior and the volume. You kind of see that just dying activity here. It still has a chance to pop down and show some strength there. And then it could go up. Maybe I'll get in it. Leave that there just in case. Pound yen, okay, moving up. 10 pips from the resistance we got to get above for the potential entry. Do I remember my longest loss streak in VSA method? Well, when you say VSA method, there's the VSA method out there, and then there's what I do, which is not the same. I'm not trying to emulate Tom Williams or something, right? I have no idea. Thanks for doing the stream. Very welcome. Helps complement my crypto day trading and trading with someone live. Makes time pass better. Yeah, it definitely does. Science is that to be at least good at something, you have to spend a minimum 10K hours practicing. It applies to anything from sports. Yep, it's that kind of thing where you just get better and better over time. As long as you're correcting mistakes, you're not, going in circles. But yeah, the more you do it, the better you get. Things that seem very difficult can, you can make it look easy once you've been doing it a few years. It's night and day. Think of playing an instrument or whatever. It is that sort of thing. That's if you really want to learn trading and have your own style, because you know what's going on. You know what you're doing. You can make those decisions. Or again, if you take more of a mechanical approach, where you don't have to know everything. Just watch out for news and look for your setup on the chart. Like this one we're looking at. I'm tired today, but what else am I going to do? I'm not going to sleep. All right, we're close to that entry price. Pound yen. Pound dollar's getting there. Make sure we have it right. The low to high of the first hour. I was just about to look at the chart, considering getting into a trade, what's to my left, remind myself of what I'm doing. And then and then I go, oh yeah, I'm not supposed to do that. I'd rather not even look. Buying into weakness, don't think about it. Don't think about it. That's why I laugh at this trade. Yeah, if I buy into weakness, I buy into weakness. Guess what? Maybe it shoots up, hits the weakness, and I get out for 80 pips, and it comes down, and maybe I short. Don't look. Don't think about it. If you're trained to you got to do these things. You got to trade right. You're not going to buy it. Oh, don't think about it. It's kind of funny. Sir, do smart money hedge funds also face losses in market? Generally, over time, they are profitable. Do they have losses? Yeah. Not all of them trade exactly the same, and there's different methods, but it's all this stuff is probability. There is times of manipulation, but it's not constantly being, just run and manipulated by some secret banker, traders, hedge fund guys who just never lose. Nah. They know how to trade right, they know what they're doing, and they do affect the market and use other people's trades against them. All kinds of things like that. You got to be a step ahead. And you can actually help create what you want to see on the chart if there is a consensus among them, It's that sort of thing. But may be important to log it as a note for structure. Could help minimize losses if this becomes one. What were we talking about? If we go long here, if this ends up setting up, the stop loss is pretty obvious. It's right below this 5-minute swing. Oh, yeah. Well, that's true. I mean, that's something that's been left out intentionally. Any sort of other analysis intentionally left out, because when I was, back testing first before anything else, I saw that it was, again, like a self-contained thing. Maybe there are instances where you don't want to take the trade because, there's ultra high volume weakness to your left or something, right? Yep, that's why we're testing it live, yes. So far, from what I've seen, it doesn't matter. If I look back after taking 10 more of these and I go, okay, all the losses were clearly bad trades as far as, right, background analysis stuff, then, right? So far, it's completely self-contained. It doesn't even matter. I know. It's weird. It really could be like just, the more you see this work, the more you have to accept that that's something going on in the market, very consistent, and put that piece into the picture. And if you're saying, okay, things are bearish, I'm looking to short, and then we run into a situation here where there is a long entry, that's fine. That means you put the story together. You have the first hour of London activity pick up. Things jump in activity. Market becomes very active in both directions. You have high volume with sideways movement, buying and selling, rushing in, right? And then the result of that and getting out of that gets you to then the next step. But you do get out of that based on some imbalance going on off of that. And then you get out of that going to the next step, which is, okay, maybe it's looking for the short high up and so on. It's a step throughout the day, it seems. I mean, there's a reason why, and it makes sense. If you look at the normal setups that I take, like today, I'd be looking for up moves, retracements, fib retracements to get in, right? Normally, those setups don't happen at this time of day, at the second hour of London. It's pretty early. They're closer to New York time. It could be before New York, but it's usually not now anyway, you know? And if it can all fit together, then, you know, that seems to be the case. Yeah. All right, getting closer. One thing we haven't seen, we've done 3 live tests, seen nice variations, is a no entry because the answer is not clear one way or the other. That could happen. Another thing we haven't seen yet is the fake break and going the other way. They've all been, right? I think so, yeah. They've all been real breakouts. Maybe that's the probability of the trade, that maybe 80% of them are going to be real breakouts and 20% you're going to be taking a fake break direction, the other direction sort of trade, right? We'll see over time. But those have happened. I have taken them. They have worked. So if we come up and get weakness, the higher the volume, the better. A rejection, fake break pattern, the quicker that pattern shows up, the better, right? Not hanging out up here. So a quick rejection of those prices, it's likely going to, you could target the middle and the low as 2 targets with a stop there, which is a really nice risk reward, going for that low. I mean, even the middle of the range and just getting stuck in the range, that's going to be at least 1-to-1. Give or take. So there's that side of it too. We haven't seen that yet. Al Brooks, I'm not familiar with him, mentions that by bar 16 on a 5-minute chart. Okay, so how long is that? Hey Siri, what's 5 times 16?
5 times 16 is 80.
Okay, so it's 20 minutes longer than what I'm doing. Not that different. There's a 90% chance that you have reached high or low of the day. 90%? Wow. Oh, meaning it's not going to turn into some sort of expanding range. The high or the low has been set. The question is which one hasn't and which one has. But one of them has. Okay, gotcha. And in this case, it could be like yesterday. Maybe, I don't know, the rest of the day turned out, but the low of the day was made, right? And then we went long and that low was never broken. I get what you're saying, yeah. Oh, okay, we may get our... Right, that's interesting. Yeah, something to look at. Let's see, we get our entry here. We've touched it, so we can look at the 1 minute and see. Any volume spike suggesting we're going to short? No. What did the Eurodollar do? I'm curious. It went to resistance. Yeah, it's flopping around. All right, whatever. It's not about that right now. Low volume on that 1 minute, so you can see the initial activity at that level. It is low. So that's the first bit of information. It doesn't matter. You don't have to look at the 1 minute chart. But that first piece of information says we're likely to get the long more than the short, right? Otherwise, this would be high volume right there. Same here. Likely to get the long. One more time. Gonna celebrate. Five-minute close. Oh, what am I doing sitting here? Okay, so that is the pound yen and pound dollar. So I can spread it out. Yes, it is. Okay, there's confirmed long entry. Pound yen going in. Pound dollar. I'm splitting it up once again. Oh, stop. Don't go without me. Pound dollar. Buy. Again, my side account. Maybe next week I'll be doing this for real. Yeah. So I'm in that as well. So the pound dollar, pound yen long. I'm in. Test number 4 on this method live. So far, so good. Let's get the stops in. Let's get the stops in. 5-minute swing actually maybe became this. Why not, right? Let's see. What level is that? 79. Ooh, that's a 20 pip stop. That's nothing. And what level is that? That'll be a 30 pip stop. All right, right now I'm just going to get it in there. So 25, I can adjust it. I don't like not having a stop loss. Anything could happen. All right. And I'll just put a 30 pip stop on the pound yen. If we start to come down, the decision has to be made right here, right? Is this the previous, especially the pound dollar, you see it, is this the previous 5-minute swing? And you put your stop below? Or is this? I guess this. I think so. Do we call that a swing? And on this one, do we call that a swing? What do you say? I think we call it a swing, and I think we limit our loss. I think we call it a swing. I could put one on one on the other. I don't know. I'm calling it a swing. So let me move my stop up. Let's limit the loss. 78 here is plenty of room. A little room for spread, whatever. 78, yeah. 20 pip stop. Nice. Why not? On a trade that could potentially do whatever the hell. 120 pips like yesterday, maybe 20 pips. and then the chart says get out. Who knows? So yeah, that's the 5-minute swing I'm using. Pound yen is a little less clear even, but let's do it. We're limiting our loss. That's how you trade. That's how you survive. That's how you wake up tomorrow and go, okay, good thing I didn't put it lower. That would have been dumb. And if my stop gets hit and it goes without me, we got a fake break and then turning into a real break. It's nonsense anyway, right? It becomes very sloppy. So that's the way I'm seeing it. So yeah, and I'll tighten up that stop on the pound yen. We're limiting losses. We're limiting the losses. If we ever get any. No, we will, of course. 27 pips gives me that. 67.5. That's plenty of room. Plenty of room. Okay. Nice. 20 pip stop and a 27 pip stop. Totally acceptable on this method. Here it is on the side account. Acceptable losses, right? That's what you got to figure out. Probably hard to not be profitable if you're using a 20, 27 pip stop on these type of trades, right? No regrets. So let's read it as it goes and do whatever the chart says, which is hopefully nothing, and just let it go. So we have, yeah, as you're pointing out, the first 5-minute closing at or near the high without high volume is the best thing you can see. What would make this better if the volume was a little lower, but maybe that's unrealistic. Very good. This bit of selling, not so scary, is it? Closing at or near the high, yes. 1 minute, don't let it freak me out when I look at it though. So far so good. Now we're hitting a little something. And when you see high volume in the trade, the thing to know is what's the result? If it shoots down off of that volume, I have to listen to the chart. But that's 1 minute. And like I say, the 5 minute is a good real decision making time frame. The 1 minute gives you some information, of course. But yeah, that's a good breakout. I don't want to look to the left. Oh my God. Okay, it's not that bad. Because I do need to mark. I am managing a trade now. I do need to pay attention. Now that I'm in it, yeah. Now that I'm in it. Look at that. It is my gift to the world. I feel like playing a Michael Jackson song. What about us? Oh. So it's like the same trade as yesterday. One more time. All right. That is a nice looking breakout. I mean, as breakouts go, you really can't ask for anything else, can you? Typically, we don't like widespread in this situation. But the volume is saying, no, it's not because there's selling coming in. It's widespread because there's such little selling that the buyers are able to push it up that much. It's not a lot of activity. It's lack of supply, right? It's like if the economy is slow and prices are going up, it's low activity, but there's lack of supply. One more time. Definitely getting a copyright strike. See, I'm trying to take proper risk on this account. It's a small account. I could have gone, much bigger. Trying to maintain some sort of realism on this test. But that trade yesterday made 6% on this account. One trade, 6%, no drawdown. And that's, the risk was maybe, what was the risk? I don't remember. $40, and it ended up making like 120 or something, 110 or something. Bit of volume up here. Pip count, not very high. Not into the one-to-one territory, not where you can say, oh, I'll just start selling some off. Nope. Kill your risk reward, right? At the same time, listen to the chart. What is the chart saying about weakness? Pound dollar looks very good. Pound yen has a bit of selling, right? You see it there on the volume. USD index, yeah. all up into support and everything. God, crazy ass trade. But again, now it's an exercise in management and listening to the chart. One option here is, since there's a bit of weakness on this, I can move my stop to break even, which is here. And on this one, not do it. Right? I'm limiting risk that way. If it runs off, I'm still in the GU. If it runs off after break even hit. All right. So I could listen to the chart and do that. That would cut my risk in half right there by putting a stop there. Actually, this stop's a little bigger because it's pound yen, so, and it's the same position size, so that would be really taking off like at least 60% of my risk here, give or take. So now it's all about management. Yeah, you know, if we do a break test continuation pattern and just end up coming off of that break test continuation, right, and my break even is here plus a little spread, so it's like there, and that gets hit. But again, I'm pointing that out because as you move up, the lower the volume, the better. This is showing some selling. It's not a big spike. This is London open spike, so that's different. We're looking at our recent range now. It's not a big spike. But thinking out loud, that's one option. If you see something like that, you can move this to break even and not this. That's listening to the chart, maybe, right? Limiting risk. Yeah, so not enough pips to do any management. You got to be disciplined with that. Can't start closing it. Only way I would start closing it is if we got high volume weakness coming in, weakness confirmed, and it's just going to shit. Like, okay, the chart, I have no problem taking some profit off when I see that. 9 times out of 10, you're not going to get it early and have to deal with that. But it may happen now and then. Like I say, why see something terrible for the trade and just let it turn into a loss? Obviously, that's silly. And in this case, it's very simple, right? Seeing the volume as your trade is moving along and seeing it stop the progress as a result. So if this can close higher, have less volume on it, that'll help. But like I've been saying, right, the trade gets you into profit. From there, you switch modes. And you do what you got to do with management and whatever your rules are, your approaches to that. But obviously the merit of the timing of the entry style, all that, I think that's been proven. There we go. So this can close above this with less volume than on this, lower volume. That's a good piece of information. Whoever sold there, oh well. We're coming for your stops. Evil laugh. Okay, so now we hit 20 pips. Almost just barely getting into our 1-to-1 risk reward where I could actually manage it. This was a 27 pip stop. This was a 20 pip stop. So there we go. Another minimal, barely any. It was like a couple of seconds of drawdown. And right up to so far 20 pips we had for a second there. 16. So we do have a high right there. Let's just get there. This is at the high. Ooh, some volume. See what we might want to do. I think, first of all, stop at break even on everything. Let's just do it. Stop at break even. Pound yen. Stop at break even. Pound dollar. Pound yen is the one that's a little higher in pip count. If I see any issue, go right in there and close half. Let's see how it's behaving. That's a lot of volume, and that is the high of this session. Like, I'd be potentially looking for a short here at this point, and you see this volume. I'm okay with closing half maybe on this. Looking at the pip count. I really don't want to be closing below 20 pips, right? Keep that risk reward. And the pound yen is now at 1-to-1. They're both at 1-to-1 right now. If you set 1-to-1, set and forget, your trades would have just closed. Is anyone taking these trades? I'm just wondering. I'm curious. Is anyone actually in it? Or are you just like, yeah, let's see this thing prove itself? I'm trading it with peanuts. But I think I think we're good. You took both trades? Cool. I just want to know if somebody's making some money. That's cool. Congratulations, man. Type Rob, just observing, smart, no problem. Hey, if it works, it works. It ain't going anywhere. I wouldn't follow some random guy on the internet testing a trade. Holy shit. It is a freaking nice trade. Wow. Talk about no stress, no drawdown, no waiting, no nothing. It's the perfect trade. Come on. Oh my God. What's the pip count? I haven't touched it. I haven't closed any. Well beyond 1-to-1 risk reward. We're up 36 pips on the pound yen. That had a 27 pip stop. 5 minute now. Now we're going to see high volume on the 5 minute because you see there's a couple minutes left and you see where it is. Ooh, look at that spike. Guess what I'm going to do? Bank half the pound position. So I closed half. You see it there. Closed half of the pound yen. So I still have 3/4 of my original position on. No risk. With some money in the bank so far. Okay, yeah, I'm not a random guy. Yeah, that's kind of true. I was about to take pound yen yesterday, and my broadband went down, so I was about to press the buy. Oh, gosh, you would have had it yesterday, too. Yeah, the pound yen went 120 pips. Yeah, thank you for reminding me. Let's look at what's to the left. We have that guy. Yesterday's high. Yes, yes. So imagine you're talking to some trader and he's like, and he knows what he's doing. And he's talking about this time of day and what might happen. And you just laugh because it has nothing to do with anything. It's a self-contained trade. Doesn't matter what the market's doing. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you see. We hit that volume and we're pulling back. Lock in some pips, perhaps. There it is. And it's not nowhere. I swear these lines are never, they move. It's not nowhere. It's yesterday's high. Some selling there. There's going to be stop losses on short positions. There's going to be breakout traders. You're going to get that activity, but, there's a good breakout. There's a questionable one. Clear difference. There we go. There we go. So I could close half of the pound dollar. Just listening to the chart, right? I did nothing through here. And then now we have potentially some weakness. Not the end of the world. It's like I'm doing here. It's nice to see the reaction. We did that also there on the 1 minute chart with something. Potential weakness. But if we close higher on decreased volume, right? The second example of this here. The other was on the 1 minute chart. Closing higher on decreased volume, then it's really less worrisome that it's going to come down off of that. And we saw that already on the 1 minute chart, that pattern, where that was concerning, maybe weakness, and then that one closed higher on low volume. So it didn't pull back. I feel like it's going to pull back here off of this. Not feel. The chart is suggesting we could pull back. So I'm opening my window to close half of the pound dollar trade. That's up, over there. Okay. 27 pips, beyond 1-to-1. Yeah, you see that reaction. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and do that. Closing half my position on the pound dollar. There it is. Okay, so half of my position in total has now been banked, and stop is at break even. So let's go onward from here. Management. Crazy. Learned a lot from this idea. Yeah, shit. Wow. Insane. So we have 3 profitable outcomes and 1 break even on our 4 tests. May go higher. Yeah, I'm taking it as it comes because I have no risk and I've acted accordingly as the weakness. But looking at this close, we have a little time left. But we already see the reaction is not a big reversal off of that volume. We're hanging out. I'm just taking this information to manage the trade. I'm not looking at anything else or any sort of projections or average daily range or some sort of fib extension or no, where's the pivot up here? No. All I'm looking at is that. So here's where your sell activity is, right? And the reaction to that we're seeing. Is it right? What's going on here? We lost activity. We're going to move up. Selling, whoever was selling here has dried up by this point. So now the buyers should take it again. It's theirs for the taking, right? Do they want to keep pushing and marking up? That's another question. But they're not in a situation where selling's coming in against a markup. It could always float down, do a little test, or it could just go. Right, exactly. Thanks. So buyers for the taking, and they took it. I'm like, why are you waiting? Oh, okay, good. Waiting for something? Again, there's some volume on that. But that could have been much worse. So here we have a level marked as on the pound dollar. Again, yesterday's high. And the pound yen, we're above yesterday's high into a 618 overshoot area that I had marked for potential short. If you know my method, bread and butter short right here. So we could see the climactic weakness in a short setup. We could not see the weakness. There's no trade on my other method, and we just ride this thing to frickin' 165.75. $58 pips on the pound yen. We had a 27 pip stop. 42 pips now, 43 on the pound dollar. We had a 20 pip stop. Nice. This feels just like yesterday. One more time. Yeah. Because if you do it once, anybody could do anything once. You know what I'm saying? If you do it 2 days in a row, that tells you about probability that it can just happen 2 days in a row. Like nothing. Scrap everything you've done for 10 years and just do this, LOL. Yeah, no, my thought was like, that's like when I'm old. When I'm an old man, I'll probably just take this trade, right? Then I don't have to, I don't know why. I have just a picture in my mind that I'm just going to want to do nothing when I'm old. Oh, everything hurts. I don't want to sit for 8 hours. I'm going to take my pound trade and go back to bed. What is this sorcery? Somebody once told me that reality is malleable. It bends. Can look like sorcery. But in the end, it just has to match your own projection. Hey, some of us are old. Well, there you go. Since everything in your body hurts, I assume, you could just do this, stay in bed, whatever old people do. Have that 4 p.m. dinner. Oh, you got to be up for the trade, though. Yeah. So the weakness came in to some extent. We closed half. The more bearish reaction off of that weakness, the more, it's looking like it's going to come down. So the lack of any real bearish reaction off of that, no fake break pattern, right? says we're likely to continue. I think everybody gets the way I'm reading this 5-minute chart at this point. Just, you watch the last couple of live streams. Higher prices may attract sellers. If the volume is high and it stops the progress, you have found sellers. Otherwise, it would be just buyers going nuts, shooting it up. Why would it go? Why would it stop if the volume increased? You have hit some sellers. And so on and so on and so on. Doesn't mean sell every time you see it. Of course not. One more time. We should do like a 2K account challenge with this trade. Just do like 2% risk and take only this trade and see where it gets. See where we are by the spring, and maybe $10,000 in this account. So you could tell by the action and price with the volume that the selling that it did hit were like orders that were there to come in, but it's not consistent. It's not sustained. It's not continuous selling. We're now selling orders rushing in, overwhelming the demand as a result. It's like, yeah, they wanted some at that price, profit taking, selling, whatever. And then they were done, right? Whatever was going to happen at that price as far as selling was over. Rather than a follow through, a continuous downward reaction saying, the balance has turned. What is this sorcery? 73 pips on the frickin' pound yen. 75. If you took these two trades this week, you're in the top 1% of traders. Of profitable traders. If you're in the top 1%, I mean, you're catching. It's freaking insane. All right, so we're testing fib. Again, all areas that I'm looking to short today, if it sets up, whatever. So we got to just keep marking our resistances because we're just going and going. And then we have the day before yesterday, Tuesday's high now up here. A great sell area. But we did hit the fib. That's likely to bring some sellers. There's the 1 minute. It's not overwhelming. And there's some here. I mean, I can certainly lock in some pips. Like you saw yesterday, I tend to do it at logical spots that tell me, something bearish has happened. Structurally getting behind a swing low or getting back below the level that you just broke. So then it becomes a fake break pattern. You get out there. So, locking in some pips here. It will go up forever, no worries. No, it definitely won't. That's one thing about the market. Two directions, yes. Up and down. Down and up. Sage advice. 70 pips on the pound yen. So right off the bat, I'm looking at that. If I was going to close any, I'm not going to do it at the moment. But I am going to lock in some pips. Okay. Let's be real. Have this shit come back to zero. So what am I on? Okay, the pound dollar, I'll set the stop at 35. Has to break the higher high, higher low structure there. A little swing point. Nothing fancy about it. So this is actually easy to do on the platform. This is a pain in the ass on the phone. Okay, so I want the pound dollar stop locked in at 11.35. Pound dollar. Stop loss 1135. Okay, so that locks in 36 pips. All right, and on the pound yen, stop loss at 48. 16348. Pound yen stop loss 16348. That locks in 36 pips. It's cool to have locked in better than 1-to-1 as far as the pip count. All good. That is the highest volume on the 1 minute in a while. You had that one, but yep, the higher it goes, the more it's going to hit selling. That's the way it works. This is a nice close and decreased volume on an up close into new territory. So it's not being overwhelmed by sellers, but you see them. You see that. High volume and the reaction. That's the first time we've seen this since we got in the trade. We're on a 1 minute chart, but you see. There's the follow through on selling. There's the follow through. There's the confirmation of weakness. As soon as you can get the information, the 1 minute chart. It doesn't mean a sell entry for a trade, right? But it's fact. And the stop is, that's the pound yen. The stop is, what was it? 48. I'll put a line just so I remember. That's fine. Noise. What else is happening? Who cares? Lots of weakness on the euro dollar. Again, these are sell areas. Stop hunt. Lots of stops on shorts were here. Right. Short, short, short. And then you have this level for a while. Here was, a lot of people got kicked out. But shorting here, shorting here, shorting here. All the bad shorts. A lot of them have stops right there. And that'll be kind of the point of these things. And then you come down. It's part of the plan from the beginning. So that could get it right back going with this bearish environment for a short. Yeah, you see the follow through on that weakness. $70 pips, 52 pips. Crazy. It's got to be the best trade I've ever seen in my entire life. Tell me otherwise. I didn't invent it, right? I just saw it, and then I actually found somebody else talking about it. Of course, if I see it, other people see it. I discovered it. Other people did too. But my gosh. Why is it not more popular? Why haven't heard of this? First time we touched the 14 EMA 1 minute chart, but since the whole move And we did have some weakness. This could turn from here. Yeah. I could close the pound yen. I'm listening to the chart, right? Leave the pound dollar on the trail, close the pound yen. It's gonna hit my break even. How do you close on this thing? Was it at 60 pips? Cha-ching! All right, I closed out completely on the pound yen. You can see the logic to why I did that. It was about to hit the trail anyway. So, everybody manages the way they manage, but mine certainly has logic, and it tells you when not to do something and when to do something. When the price hit here, I said, now we see the sellers, right? We knew it. When did we know it? Right here. Here, really. But we wanted to see the reaction. And again, that's a 1 minute chart, so you can see how the chart reading skills can help you, can have you scalping. Just pointing that out if you really know what you're doing. Nothing wrong with that. Short scalp there. Considering levels, what's going on. I probably got to stop GU. Close. Supposed to close, right? GU trailing stop at 35. We went to 35.9. Okay. That's cool. Hang on for one last ride or not. Let's see. So yeah, it has to break the low of this. The trailing stop is right below that. Right below that. Maybe one more time. Come on, let's go. Some buyers. So yeah, I think this is good. It's not only turned out, obviously, showing a ridiculously amazing trade setup you could do, but also how I really manage trades. Maybe you like it. Maybe you think it's dumb and you should do a set and forget. That's just how I do it. When I do this stuff, I never look back and regret. Right? No regrets. I can't look back and say I should have done this or I should have done that. If I'm listening to the chart, what else do you have to listen to? You look back in hindsight, and this goes up another 100 pips and I'm not in it. I don't care. How the hell am I supposed to know that? So there you go. Some good trade management stuff, I think. If it's popular, it won't work anymore. Yeah, well, what happens if it really, really becomes popular? There's going to be stop hunts on the position, probably firstly, right? So you get into the long, it spikes down to stop out long so they can get it themselves and then goes, for example. Yeah, things like that would start happening. Okay, shh. Don't tell anybody. I mean, you could have 100 traders at home doing this. It won't matter. 500, I don't think it'll matter. But if you get into the thousands and thousands and some big accounts, it might. But it's forex, which is so populated, right? It would take a lot, but it's true. If 30% of all traders were doing this, 40% of all traders were doing this, it would not work out like this. That is a very good point. It would turn into a different pattern of a stop hunt is what comes to mind. Oh, you think you're going to get in this trade? No, you're not. It's spike. Who knows? Because that's what makes the difference in the market. The big money is doing whatever they're doing, but the retail trader becomes like one thing, one big entity with a bunch of stop losses. And that means opportunity for them. It'll be our little secret. Am I going to get another run? This was my trailing stop. One more time. Our little secret. But yeah, I'm officially going to start doing this on my main account next week. I was going to test 30 trades, 50 trades. Get out of here. Fucking patience for that shit. Making chump money. Let's go. Man, I'm going to be in a good mood, man, if this keeps doing this. One more leg up for real. When you're stopped, yeah, crazy. Well, I put it there for a reason, you know. It was surgical. If you notice, I didn't put it right under the swing. Because, duh, there's stops there already. Just go get them. Leave me alone. Surgical. What's good information now is, of course, this up move is not running into selling. We have some overall lower than average volume on this up move. So that tells you, at least in this price area so far, which is getting into the price area where we did see selling, they're no longer selling at that price. And if you're in an uptrend where that happens, you're not done. One more time. I'd roll a doobie, but I don't have any papers. Anyone have any papers? Gonna have to go with this frickin' contraption. One more time. I don't know, man. YouTube doesn't like me. I'm telling you. I swear I could do this trade live every single day, day in, day out. Be profitable at the end of the week. Every here and there, you catch a runner, ridiculous. Profits, profits, profits. I swear, YouTube will not frickin' suggest my video and shit will not grow. I swear. YouTube hates me. Good thing I'm not a YouTuber. I'd be a terrible failure. I can't grow a channel for shit, man. I don't know. Figured that would do it, but okay. It'll be our little secret. But cool, yeah, I'm convinced on this trade that I'll start taking on my main account probably 1% risk max for the first week. Maybe go to 1.5 after that and just kind of settle into 1.5 risk. I could realistically on this trade, from what you've seen, I'm not making this up. I'm just I'm looking at the numbers. I could risk a 1.5% per trade, or split it up between the two. You're not putting 1.5% on the pound dollar and the pound yen, right? It's the combined risk. If they even both set up, but usually it's both or not both. 1.5 risk. I mean, you could easily see this making 20% a month That's only 5% a week. We made 6% yesterday. It's actually a low estimate to say 20% a month on this one setup. I don't know. You've seen it. I'm not exaggerating. 25% a month, risking 1.5%. What the hell, man? What's the tally to win? Yeah, it's 3 wins, 1 break even. Yeah, today's the 3rd win. Yeah. And 2 out of the 3 wins are huge. And the other win was like 20-something pips, kind of, that first point where you're getting into 1-to-1 risk reward. You're seeing trouble closing it. Then the other one went negative. I closed it. It's like, okay, let's just get out of here. Break even. I really don't like trades that, as far as management, when trades get into profit and they get into that risk, that 1-to-1 risk reward territory where you can start taking profit off if you want, if you see it. I don't like trades that go to that and then end up a loss. I feel like that's bad management. So worst case scenario kind of thing was, okay, I close half because the chart's going to communicate some trouble is going on typically. You close half. The stop gets hit, break even, and then maybe the other one, right? It's going negative. You just close it, so you end up break even altogether at the end. I don't want to be going to that 1-to-1 territory and then just getting a full position loss on both. I feel like that's just bad management. You had a chance to get something or at least to not lose. You really had your chance. That's the way I see it. So for this trade to be like it's just loss, it pretty much just has to go against you. It moves 5-10 pips and then just everything goes to shit. And I have to assume that will happen eventually. For real. Don't, let's be real. It's going to happen eventually. You get in the trade, it's just not working. It's just not working. And what do? Do you let the full positions hit your stop? Well, you have your risk set and you're willing to do that. That's fine. Still likely going to be profitable by the end of the week, the next day, whatever. But, there's an option to scale out when things are really going loss. You could be down 12 pips and it's just looking terrible. And you close half the trades at negative 12 instead of negative 25 pips. That's an approach to take, possibly, right? Haven't seen that yet. Come on, give me a loss so I can show how to handle it. No, that's okay. You don't have to. But that would be a good thing to see there too, I think, and go through that process of dealing with it, just turning against you once you get in. It's got to happen eventually. Maybe 1 in 20 trades is going to do that, right? 1 in 30? I don't know. Am I streaming tomorrow? What's tomorrow? Friday? I like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays. So Monday and Fridays are less likely that I'm going to stream. Less likely. I don't have a strict schedule. I don't commit because fuck it. But if you join the Discord, I let you know. I say I'm streaming. And when I stream, it's at that same time because we want to be there right before the entry, opportunity. So it's just before 4 a.m. Eastern. Tomorrow, I don't know. We'll see. So while everyone's sitting around, come on, I can say this, I earned it. While everyone's sitting around discussing the CPI later today, and that's the move of the day. Come on, I earned it, I can say it. Everybody's all concerned. Maybe they're waiting for news. They're not going to trade. What's it going to do? Let's study some fundamentals. We did that. We do more before CPI than you do all day. Come on, I earned it. It's great. Go find the trading rooms that haven't taken a trade because they're waiting for CPI. All right, I'm not talking shit. I'm just being funny. Because that's what's going on in the retail trading world. It's CPI. We don't give a shit about CPI. Mr. Rob, when you get into a trade for fake break and price just consolidates around your entry, good question. Do you consider taking off some risk? Had it happen a couple times today. Oh, when you were in a fake break type of entry, and it just consolidates. My first thought is that even that consolidation is going to give you information. So it depends what's going on. As you see, the way I read the chart, if it's consolidating and it's not looking good, look, because I went long off a fake break, right? You'll use that example. And in that consolidation, there is selling on higher volume, then I would manage the trade, right? You see how I do it, so that makes sense. If I didn't and it all looked good, then I would leave it. If it was unclear and the chart is saying, well, there's a bit of selling, but not that much, to close half and say this isn't good, then I'll leave it. The setup is the setup unless the chart says otherwise. I think that makes sense. Now, that next question that makes me think of considering that situation is, from what I've seen on these trades, it's pretty much it needs to be happening within a certain period of time, or maybe it's not going to happen. Because they're quick. There's no drawdown. Very little. Break, test, continuation, if that. So maybe that's a sign, maybe that's a piece of information or probability that it hasn't really gone into even your one-to-one risk-reward target area for 2 hours. Is that bad in itself? Because the trade just goes. It's not happening. Maybe you just close everything at 10 pips. You close everything at break even. Say it's taking way too long. This trade is not supposed to do that. We're getting into other territory and other times when other things are now happening. We're moving along in the market. Maybe it's time to just cut it after a couple hours. I don't know. Some good questions there, right? But yeah, as far as managing, right, the chart's going to tell me either to do something or not. But time limit, that's a question too, maybe. Sitting through consolidation on this. Maybe it's just not right for the trade. You got news coming up. U.S. sessions coming. Maybe you don't want to hold on to it. The market's moved on. That's something to see. Am I still in? Gee, I am. I can't believe I'm still in this. It's funny. The chart says it's taking a break. Smoke break. So it ran into some sellers. It was not overwhelmingly high volume, but we knew it at the time. I had this area marked for a sell anyway, potentially, if it's set up. That's not good enough to go short, but it showed up to some extent to at least stop this move and just kind of send it sideways. Some sort of equilibrium chill going on right now. There may be traders chasing this long and it pops down to stop them out before it continues. That would hit my break even. Cool, thanks. Yeah, I'm always out of the trade before New York session starts. And just reset. Yeah, that sounds right. I mean, by the time we get to New York, this situation is well over. And if it didn't happen, yeah, that totally makes sense. Again, New York session is when, if it hadn't happened yet, the background tends to happen. or we may get a short today on an up move on news or whatever. Yeah, the market's moved on. It's doing other things. All right, good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, I agree with that. Well, you get to New York, maybe doing the euro dollar move then. We'll get to that one. I think it's time for a fresh coffee. I could go end the stream, but still in the trade. See how we end up with it. No rush to go. I am tired today, so I'm here. I'm chilling. I can't wait to do this on my main account next week. Make some coffee. Coffee is brewing. We're going to be around for a little while. Mr. Mark, we did it again. Coffee brewing. I'm just waiting for my coffee. How's the day going? The trade is going just like yesterday. Got in, draw down for like 30 seconds, a little bit. Off it went, off it went, off it went. I had the pound dollar and pound yen. I closed off as things were moving. I put a trail, this and that. And now I'm finally left with half of my GU. I think the pound yen would hit, 70 pips or something? Are these, let's see, we see what's what on here. Ignore that euro dollar. I was messing around. I was in bed. So there's yesterday. 6% on the account. Because it's a small account, but you talk about percentages. You understand what's going on. And then here's today so far. Plus that. It's totally insane. It's voodoo. Voodoo trading. You been doing well? Cool. I haven't taken anything else. I haven't taken anything in my main account. This is it. Next week I'm doing this on my main account. I'm done messing around. I'm a believer. Then I saw her face. Wonder if the prices that are being accepted at this level on GU are very small. What is going on GU? Coffee's almost ready here. Just as you say that. Off we go. Believer, something like that. Let's go. Ooh, look at that. Looky that. What are we going to do? That is the sellers hitting. Stop is here. What would I do? Real account. I'm going to move it up to move it up about 10 pips. Let's make it 42. Okay, locked in 43 pips. And we're up 56. And we've seen the highest amount of selling since we've been in this. And you look at the fake break pattern. Not surprising it would show up right there. Felt so wrong. It's, yes, again, because today, poor Eddie, I guess he's short. Today, the joke was like, I don't even want to think about it because, again, the trade is self-contained and it doesn't matter what the background is. I mean, tell that to a VSA trader. What about the background? Oh, we don't care. So, right, getting into this trade with weakness to the left, man, buying into high volume selling. I mean, I would never do that. That's the joke of it, though. If you tell a VSA trader, what if I told you could completely ignore the background and probably get a better trade for the day? That's funny. The rest of the day, yeah. So, yeah, as far as buying up high, there's crazy entries. Buying late and high in an up move when there's already been weakness, like, it's so wrong. But so right. Is it just you, or is there a technical issue with YouTube again? We've had issues? I didn't even know that. Excellent condition. Well, if anybody's having trouble with the stream, let me know. Sound cut out for 30 seconds, and video feed messed up. Oh. All right. Checking. I'm checking now. What's up with the stream quality? Do I have sound? I'm not hearing my own sound back. What's going on? Yeah, you're saying all good, and then meanwhile, I can't hear myself when I... Where's my sound? Let me check over on this thing. That should give me... Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. That's what seems to be working. 100%. That's what's working. Okay, sound is all good. Okay, sound is all good. So what did I do? I moved my stop up a little bit off weakness, fake break pattern. That's the most volume we've seen. I mean, the good part about it, we're on a 1 minute chart, but we didn't get squashed off of that high on that volume, close off, and then just completely get away from that high. We actually went again, right near it. So it's certainly some selling coming in, but it's not overwhelmingly squashing it. And okay, we're and that's a 1 minute chart. Like I say, that's information. I like to really go off the 5 minute. That is high. So we have it here. Again, these are predetermined sell areas as far as, right? So we're not surprised, but buying into it was kind of crazy. But hey, we made it through a couple of sell areas just to get here. But weakness, fake break. So like now the projection becomes, especially if this goes down as a result. See, 1 minute is information, but I really go off the 5 minute, and take action on that. Just having this pattern go on, we could come down here as the next move. Let's see, the stop is at 42 and we're at 49. So it's only 7 pips from the stop. But once that closes down, the probability of just continuing up as we've been, very decreased. Probably coming to here next now. There it is. So still 7 pips or whatever room to the trail. We might as well just leave it. I could close it, right? Just saying, according to the chart. Could. Pretty surgical on the stops. If it hits, it's probably really going to run down. Give it that last chance, right? Surgical stops, that's what I call it. Go 1 pip from your stop and then go in your favor again. That's the point at which everything goes to shit. You put it there for a reason. View on US 500. We could take a look. Think we might be a little balanced. I have no idea where we are right now this week. You think we get a bounce 35.90? Might be a good scalp. Oh shit, new high ground. That was quick. Literally while I was reading that. Jeez. So again, higher prices tell you about sellers. If the volume's high, you found them. If the reaction is down, they've taken over, at least in the near term. This is going to be high volume. Of course it is. That's a 1 minute chart, but that's actually smaller than this huge one. Who did this? I swear it was one dude, one guy. He's like, I'm tired of waiting. Was it a bunch of entities that all bought at once to make that happen at that exact moment? Or was it one entity? What's more likely? Who did that? It was Lehman Brothers. Yeah. That's crazy. This thing's going to keep going. What the hell? Yeah, 1 pip from trailing stop turning into another 40, 50 pips, yeah. Yeah, there's surgical stops, as I call it. Yeah, there's reasons why I put it where I put it, because that I try to put it at the point where the probability really does turn. So it can happen. But that's a thing about, and actually that's part of the stop loss when we talk about getting into a trade, the previous 5 minute swing thing. You don't want to put it right under. That's what everybody's doing. There's extra room beyond that. If you notice, that's what I've been doing. Everyone who's just jumping in long here and scalping, right? Their stop is right there. They're scalpers. They're right there. If you put your stop here, you can tend to get that go on. You'll survive. That's just general thought process on stop losses, considering that stuff. Then again, I could just be lucky. I actually have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just lucky. Okay, now tell me the truth. When you first heard this trade, Pete, man, what are you talking about? If I came across somebody on YouTube talking about mark the high and low of the first hour, and then when it breaks out, take the trade, I'd be like, next. Oh, God, another trick setup. Just try to do this one trick, and you'll become rich. Oh, mark them, okay. Yeah, right. And you think to yourself, yeah, if that worked, I mean, come on. I'm wondering if anyone's like, man, what are you doing? Why would you do that? Have you lost your mind? London breakout strategy. Yeah, like I said, I found one person coincidentally after I discovered it and started sharing it. I found it at the end of last week, I think it was. Somebody mentioned it. So Obviously, like I say, if I just observed it, other people must have as well. Um, yeah, you're saying someone's calling it London breakout strategy, right? Obviously, it's a legit thing. I mean, we're well beyond discussing if it's legit. So, and yes, people are doing it. Otherwise, the market wouldn't do it. So, some very smart traders and big traders with a lot of money are apparently doing this. Obviously, right? Okay. But yeah, I mean, what do they call it? What's the name? London breakout strategy. I think the guy that mentioned it called it something else. I forgot. London breakout strategy, yeah. And it's used a 2 hour range. See, that's the thing. Using that hour, people probably do different variations of it. But as you can see, I think the first hour is the best. Yeah. Something happens when you break out of the range of the first hour, right? Something happens. And it's really important. So there's something to that first hour that so yeah, London breakout strategy, some used to call it back in the day. Okay, so you're familiar with people like trading this back in the day. Okay. But they didn't understand how to read volume exactly, right? VSA Wyckoff principles to confirm entries. Yes. Yes, that's what's right, because that's what I saw too. But it was the Asia range. It wasn't the London. But somebody trading that, break or Asia range, and like, okay, if they could only see the volume, they could filter out all this garbage trades. So yeah, exactly. The ones I saw back in the day, and variation to the one my trader friend taught me. Yeah, if I didn't have volume, this would be down to like 60% profitability, maybe 55. How the hell do you know to go in or not? But it's like more times than not, it's a breakout. So I guess, but it wouldn't be such a high win rate, obviously. Yeah. And also managing it, shit, volume's so useful. So that in the end, how much you're making, or maybe even losing by the end of the week if you're not managing it so well. It's still going. Oh my god, how many pips is that? 63 on here. So what percentage am I up on this account? Because it's small money, but it's all about percentage, right? This is about 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. $150 is 8%. 14% in 2 days? These trades had a 20 pip stop, and a 27 pip stop. Oh my god. When you think about it in percentages. That's what it's all about. Back to the chat there. You have refined it a bit more. Good to see. Yes, sir. They get in only for a few hours a lot of the time, too. All right, so it's similar, but I refined it. Then you see volume drop off, less movement. Yeah, some do 30 minutes. It's kind of a time. I could see if I didn't have volume also considering time even more. Like we want to give it that hour or whatever, and then there seems to be something to that. We were talking about that before. Like if your trade's not moving, this is something we mentioned. It might be a thing. So you're an hour, 2 hours in. You're up 5 pips. You're down 5 pips. Nothing's happening. Do we close it and say the market has moved on? This trade is not happening. Other stuff's coming into play, the background, and so on, right? That's something to consider, yeah. And then they would get faked out more, right? Oh, definitely, yeah. We wouldn't be taking these trades on high volume. Basic VNC principle. Boom, that supply prayed out. Yes. Powerful. Oh, it's dropping. If we're really coming down, it's a matter of, if we're talking about just predicting price, well, this is going to get kicked out on the trail. But yeah, where are the stops and all that? There's a lot right below there. There's a lot right here. It's going to probably spike through this area. If it breaks this support, it'll be a fairly quick move right through there. Kick everybody out. See this movement there? I mean, at this point, you're talking about scalpers. There are stops right here. But anyway, until the trail is hit, sitting on it. Good to trade against humans and not bank algos in the hot zones around stocks open. Yeah, I'd rather trade against humans. Yeah, I would rather. That's with anything. Like, you'd rather play chess against a human, not a AI. You could play psychological games and it works. So you can't do that with AI. They don't fall for it. They don't overthink. Hamburg can work okay today too. The stock market's open. Give clues. Right. Yeah, I'd much rather compete against humans than AIs, as a general rule with anything. If you were racing cars, I mean anything, right? The thing is, their flaws are going to hold them back, and every human has them. Overthinking, fear. Still hanging on. This last trip up, it's really not much weakness on it. It's like there's been some selling into here, but it's not overwhelming where I'm like, oh, the trade's over. I want to get out. So, well, whatever. And the speed, right? The speed of AI as well, yeah. I mean, you could easily make a video game that's impossible to beat with an AI. But trying to find a person that's impossible to beat, somebody's always better. No thanks, AI. You win. I'm out. Lightning quick reflexes. Did that just grab my stop? No. Where is it? 4-2. Oh, it's all the way down there. I just pointed out there's some stops right here. From scalpers. Yeah, it does matter. I think we just got him or about to get him. If it goes beyond that, then we're moving down. You like trend lines? I never use them, right? Yeah, trend line, trend line. Buyers? Oh, it was a little stop hunt. We're going back. It was a scalp stop hunt. We're going back up. Every time you think this trade is over, it ain't over. We'll see where the 1 minute closes. Watch it close up on regular volume. And then we can start moving up again. If it closes above the high of this one on regular volume, then we're really like, all right, grab that and keep going, right? See where it closes. Alpha Go. No, I haven't seen that. What's that about? Doing it live. Doing it live. All right, it's not as bad as it looks because somebody actually bought there. Must have been Lehman Brothers. They're gone, right? 2009. They're gone, right? That's why it's a joke, because there is no more Lehman Brothers. 2009 or 2008. Well, you know. Look at that. See, it's not over. I told you. Back in the day on Forex Factory, I used to me and some people used to help bust scammers. So people would come to Forex Factory. I'm totally going off on a tangent right now. As we watch and expose scammers and stuff, and like secretly attend there, because it was so much scamming back in the day, and it probably still is. And we would like secretly attend their live sessions and watch what they're doing. And you know, people would be talking about how they sent them money and they can't get it back, and there's a death in the family, and we can't get your money right now. I'm away, and you know, like all this shit, you know. And people realize this dude's a scam. What's my point? Oh my God! See, I told you it wasn't done. But what's crazy is scammers reinvent themselves. That's what I've noticed over the years. When they get busted and disappear, they come back. And people don't know, and they get their credibility up, and it's like they do it all over again. It's like you don't dig, you don't Google the guy's name before you send him money. I don't know why I'm talking about this. I'm just reminiscing. On my scam busting days, it was fun. There was this dude and his friend, and he pretended that his friend was an ex-bank trader. And, you know, like we incognito, we attended the webinars, and we're like, well, let's see what he's doing. He's just trading support resistance on a 4-hour chart. That's it. But he explains it all like banks and everything. At this point, like, my next thought when I think about like busting scammers, because I know of some people out there, you know, is like, I think of my kid. I think I'm dealing with fucking criminals. I don't know what they're capable of, and I'm not getting into shit with them. I'm staying out. You know what I'm saying? This thing's still going to go. Profits for everybody. I'm just going off on a tangent, but you know, we're on the forex world on the internet, and don't be fooled, don't be scammed. And it's amazing how these guys come back, reinvent themselves. That dude from Forex Factory that I'm talking about, every now and then I reminisce, and where can I find these guys? Are they still out there? I found this dude on a show being interviewed. Like, he's a successful trader and he's out there. Like, that's him. That's the guy who people have made websites warning about what they, you know. I'm an elderly man. I sent him $100,000 and I really need it. Like, oh my God. And they come back. Okay, I'll check it out. AlphaGo documentary, says Mark. I'll check that out. I actually discovered you at Forex Factory years back. Rob, wow, you go that far back. You had so much hate on you, hate on how your method doesn't work, and they actually accused you of scamming. Accuse me? Well, yeah. It all got thrown around. Who was real, who isn't, I guess. I had hate on how my method doesn't work. Well, yeah, here's the thing. VSA Nazis. If you're talking about VSA Nazis. So if you say to a VSA trader, I said it jokingly, but the best trade of the day might be something that completely ignores the background, right? I can say that now with a fact. You all can say it. That will piss them off. But try actually telling them that when the price moves up and the volume is low, it's not no demand. It doesn't mean that. It will never mean that. and so on, and the things that I do differently. Yeah. I guess they assumed I was dumb and I didn't fully learn VSA, and therefore I'm just doing it wrong. I don't know. I kind of baited them after a while. If you want to know what I did, I share this now and then because it's a funny story. I created a second username on Forex Factory, and I presented the way I trade. Very methodically, very nice, very calm, non-confrontational in any way. Just sharing what I do, just under a different name. That's all. And yeah, I got so attacked in the thread. It was crazy. The VSA Nazis. It's like it's the Holy Grail. It's the Bible. If you don't do what Tom Williams did, then you're just a terrible person. You're scum. If you use the volume indicator on your chart, but you don't use it the way Tom Williams, if you use it 75% the same, but a little different, you're just the devil. It's like their Bible or something. But the funny thing is, did Tom Williams use Trade Guider software? Oh, shit. Yeah. No. Did he use a 20 SMA? I don't think so. Was I Malcolm? No, I'm not Malcolm. I know Malcolm, though. I know him. We know each other from frickin' 2008. I am not Malcolm, no. That's not me. If you want to see my bait account that I baited the VSA Nazis, and I did it very well, the name is Clifton. 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 So if you look back in like 2012 or something, I made a VSA thread. It was called VSA with Clifton. And it was just me sharing my version of how I use volume and Wyckoff. And so you could go actually learn from it. People who are still learning VSA or want to learn the way I do it, the way I use the volume indicator that nobody owns. So go to Forex Factory, look up Clifton. And so I figured all I have to do is share my method and they'll come. And they did. It's hilarious. But Malcolm, nice guy, Malcolm, he had a live trading room in 2008. And I paid for this guy's trading room. It's like a couple $100 a month, whatever it was. That was the last trading room I was ever in, as far as somebody else's. But it was Malcolm, yeah. Malcolm 14 from Forex Factory. VSA with Malcolm, yeah. But he got into VSA just after that, like 2009. Before that, he was using RSI and shit. Moving averages and all that, I mean, that's what everybody was using back then. We didn't know what the hell we were doing yet. And then he's like, no, I got to tell everybody it's all about the VSA. So Malcolm 14 is largely responsible for bringing the idea of VSA to everybody. I saw it happen. Then came the Nazis. He didn't create the Nazis. They just are. Clifton. Yeah, there you go. There. If you're learning VSA my way, don't even call it VSA. Just how to use the volume indicator to know what the hell's going on. Yeah, check out VSA with Clifton and then watch them attack. It's hilarious. But you see, even in the management of my trades, how I'm using it. It's just reading a chart, whether I'm managing a trade, thinking about getting into a trade, whatever. It's very straightforward, logical. It seems to work and make sense, but it's not the same. That's fine. You can do however you want. Nobody owns the volume indicator, right? It's funny. That's just how I use it. I don't claim to know everything. I didn't know this trade existed until like a month ago. There's always more to learn. This guy had a 20 pip stop. We're up 56 pips sitting on it. Half of it banked. Using the volume indicator wrong on management. Is everybody reading VSA with Clifton? Oh, I baited so hard. Because I took an actual quote from Master of the Markets and said it different. I reversed it and said it wrong. I put the bait. Oh my God, it was so good. Anyway, what else is going on? We're making 14% on this account with no drawdown in the last 2 days. Trading setups that would be a nightmare to a VSA trader. They would vomit if they saw what we were doing. So to follow up on the minute by minute analysis, because again, when I'm going over the 1 minute chart, this stuff could be on a 1 hour chart. And when I saw this close in real time, rewind the tape, I said, oh, there's buyers. Now that could be a 1 hour chart. You see the next one close up and you go, okay, my background is now bullish. I'm looking to buy. Right? Second hour, third hour, right? It's all the same patterns. So I like doing it on a 1 minute because we could go right through all this stuff. So you had a fake break in buyers. This on a 1 hour chart would be me looking for a 5 minute entry right there, right? Some of you know my stuff. Same patterns. And then this has to be a 618 overshoot. I draw a fib on a 1 hour chart, right? Overshooting this 618. Then you have, where's the frickin', there it is. Then you have the information up here telling you lack of sellers. So you have, we're following our story. Some selling, bullish environment. It wasn't enough where it was like time to go short, but we saw some selling. Then we hit the buying, knew it in real time. Next thing is, right, lower prices tell you about buyers, higher prices tell you about sellers. This is how I use the volume indicator. It works, doesn't it? This is telling me we got up here quickly, but here, we're really finding out about, okay, now what are higher prices telling us? Lack of selling, lack of selling, lack of selling. So between this area at this point of time, the imbalance is to the upside. Demand, lack of supply. This is not no demand. No. Okay, then this guy, especially if it had more volume, it's there, but if it was higher, with this higher reaction, buyers have stepped up their activity a little bit. It's about flat. It's a little on the high side compared to recent range. Widespread, bullish reaction. So that and that, this low volume, it tells us we're still likely to keep going on the trade. It helps you manage it besides getting into trades and all that. So it's like looking at the volume at certain areas to tell you certain things. But it's pretty straightforward. Norman, how are you? Welcome. What's a fake break pattern? There's other names for it, but, simply put, if you have, I'll just use whatever's on the chart. If you have a high, you move above that high, but on the close of the time frame you're looking at, you never close out of the range. You actually end up closing back below. So that's an example just in this little pattern here of a high, right? The breakout. Break just means breakout to the upside. It's a fake, right? And then we had a couple more. We had one here where we had that, right? And typically when it's breaking out and can't close below, or maybe it does on one and comes back in, and the volume's high, that tells you it's a fake. It's not breaking out. So a lot of traders will trade the fake breakout, but not use volume to actually help you see how likely that really is. because we had an example yesterday of what looked to be a fake breakout pattern, but the volume says no, it's not. So it was a fake. Like price came up, did a fake break, came back down, but the volume was so low that it wasn't because selling overwhelmed it, and we're still going to go. So using the volume together with that high volume confirming that fake breaks are more likely. Well, the coffee's kicking in. I feel a little better. $14% in 2 days on this account. Insane. I think the live test is now coming to its conclusion. There was probably about 16% made on this account in 4 trades. One was break even. You see the risk to reward ratio we've been doing is amazing. 20 pip stop, 27 pip stop today. Sometimes it's in the 30 range, the pip, 35 pip. But again, with these trades, when they behave, they behave. They just go. Little to no drawdown. Am I still in this? Buyers again. And they're going to fake break again. We'll see the reaction again, right? We saw them here and say, let's see the reaction to confirm. We know it's there, but are they actually taking over price? If not, my trail will get hit there. Trail is at 4.2. Well, that's all the way down there. Well, I could move it up. We'll inch it up. Let's put it at 4.5. So stop loss at 4.5. Why? I will tell you. Because, like I did before in the other ones, same deal. If it's truly a fake break and it's going to go, little stop hunt under the swing. There it goes. If it's truly that, then we're going to likely just get this area and then continue. Once we get down here, we're actually looking at a leg down and possibly a lower low, lower high structure and all that business. This could be a quick grab and continue like we saw here. That was close. It's 4.5 exactly. 4.5. Different broker, but there's 4.5. Okay, the stop is there. So yeah, I mean a quick fake breakout again of the support. Some buying and we continue. I hang on to the trade. If we get here, it's beyond something like that to me, and I would want to get out. It's back into a little consolidation area. It's not likely to rip through to the downside through that unless we're really turning downward. Very welcome, Norman. Good to have you. Explanation on stops. You got it. Yeah, when I was showing this trade, decided to show this live, I didn't think it would be like a lesson in managing and tiny time frame chart reading, but an extra bonus. At least the way I do it, if you like it. You can imagine once your skills get to this point, it's not that hard, and you're able to read a chart that you would really want to manage a trade in this way and not worry so much about, first of all, like a set and forget target. Like, why would you do that? It can get 5 pips within your target and then show you the worst information in the world and turn on you and hit your stop loss, and you didn't do anything. Like, if you can read a chart, I don't know why you would ever let that happen. And it depends how detailed you want to get. But this is cool, I think, for trailing. You just move it. You can set an alert. You don't have to stare at it. So again, to me, it's the difference between grabbing some stops here, seeing some strength and fake break pattern, keeps me in the trade. If it continues, that tells me something else altogether, which is we're in retracement mode. So that's kind of the decision point there. Right now, buyers have come in again. But whatever. They could be buying into the down move all the way down. It doesn't mean it's time to go long or anything. But they're in there still. And generally, if you look at this whole thing, it does not have the look of a top and high of the day. We can get out of the 1 minute for a second there. Is it the high of the move? Is it the end of the move? Let's see the 5 minute. Probably not. But you see that weakness. It's not overwhelming. It's not climactic. And we actually hung out a bit higher. So it's probably not the end of the move. But as far as managing a trade, I'm not going to let it just run back. Probably not the high of the day. If it was really the high of the day and that was the plan, we would get some spiky up here in volume, right? There's just that, but it's not continuous. Oh, there it goes. Out of the trade. And there you have it. There you have it. Out of the trade. See the way it blew through? It's like, oh no, we're doing it. Okay. My stop's now down here. I'm not going, oh, I got to manually close it all the way down. No, I got out right there. Got out right there. Nice one. Is this news? No. Nice one. So is this all our positions? We should have 2 and 2 from today. Yep. 46 plus 38. Too tired for this. Round it off. So that's like $85. What's the total profit here? My brain isn't working. It's like $140 or something. Okay. Round it off to about $140 that was made. It's all about percentage. Small account. So that's 7%. 7% on the account. Right? Is my math right? Tell me if I'm wrong. 7% on the account today. And what was yesterday? I don't know. So it's like 15% on the account in 2 days. Yeah. Yay. Applause sound effect. I don't have a sound effect machine. Stay up for $1. Ugh, that was a destroyer of all longs right there. Fake break. Fake break, destroyer of longs. Not me. That's everybody that went long in here, right? Everybody that went long in here just got kicked the hell out. Factual. And then there's those that go short off this break too. Dumb. Yeah, it's coming into strength. Chart has spoken. I was saying right before that, we don't have the look that the market has hit its top today. And now we're getting strength. Yeah. 618 overshoot. What's the last leg up? I like 618 overshoots. Those are so final and definitive. There's the last leg up. There's a 618 overshoot. But even just support, we already had in there. So the fake break off of support was already there. This was what? This was just showing my stop loss. So that wasn't a level. The trail. Clean these up. What are we looking at? Nice. 7%. Nice. I mean, test trading this trade on this account, I made like 25%, something like that. I think it was around 2000 when I started, but I can look back and see. But that's about right. I mean, 25% in a few weeks, in a month, whatever the backtest length is on this trade for me. From what we've seen, if you're risking 1.5% on these trades, you can make 20% a month. From what we've seen, we've all seen it. Hopefully it continues. Yeah, you got to believe the chart and say this thing is not done. There it goes. Stop losses hit on longs, traders going short. Little mini bloodbath before we continue up. Dirty business. It's all around dollar and yen, showing that potential bottom right here. Dollar and yen pairs. Should we scalp the euro dollar up off of that? Gosh, this chart is a mess. Oh, that was awesome again today. Man, should I even do anything else at this point? I'm just going to make my 20% a month. So if I do this and my regular trades, I'm going to make what? 50% a month? Fucking kidding me. Risking 1.5 on the trade. 50% a month, risking 1.5% per trade. These things all seem very realistic here. Yeah, a little mini bloodbath there on the buyers. They just got hit. And then the sellers chasing that short are likely next. They're going to get hit next. Sellers through here, and then the I can't take it anymore, fear of missing out sellers. So they're all in there. So we have a bunch of stops here now. We have a bunch of stops here. On short positions. We could go after them. When we mark up again, it'll just help things move up. They're, closing a short is a long, effectively. So those will just help the markup. You blow right through that on high volume, blow through that on high volume. Makes sense, right? And that's the game. That's how you win it. Ooh, this is going to be crazy on my main account. Gonna be crazy. I'll be around next week. I won't be trading it on a frickin' side account, but I'll be around. Or maybe we'll stream and just look at it in real time. Should I stay around for the Euro trade? Oh, there's so much time. See, there we go. We're going up. It's a trap. It's a trap. A little stop low volume test for sellers. Off we go. Back to markup. We're coming for your stop, Eddie. Because Eddie was long. Who's Eddie? Eddie's the average guy who loses. Eddie was long here. Maybe he came from oversold or something, and he went long here. He thought he was being patient. And so that that hit his stop. Right? So there's Eddie's loss there. Now, again, the Eddies that went short through here and chased the breakout. Their stop is now lunch once again. Yeah, that was a massive hit on the Eddies. That's bad. Because there's so much volume on it, it was like, oh, okay, we really had a bunch of stops in there. Well, they say, I'll take that off your hands. So, yeah, I mean, generally, again, we're talking about Rob. Wow, I used to be that trader doing that. Of course, we were all Eddie. We've all been Eddie. Takes one to know one. Just we're not anymore, that's all. Yeah. Of course I used to be that guy too. Everybody was. That's the kind of stuff, these kind of stop hunts and shit, that's the kind of thing where you're trading a good strategy. You think you're all good, and fuck, is a loss again. Why? What happened? It was going all good. You know, that's the shit. What was I going to say? I forgot. Gonna celebrate 7%. Should we go long on the Eurodollar scalp? Off a test right here. Just for fun on the side account. You play out an entire Wyckoff phase in 30 minutes. Or whatever it is, template. That thing's going up. I like the little, even on the 1 minute, the little pullback and test to the EMA. Five-minute home base, 50 EMA, 14 EMA. And we already knew that was a fib. Right? Eurodollar's a fib. Did we draw it? We didn't. Yeah. Ooh. Weakness. That's right. Forgot about that. See, that's more than the pound. Okay, yeah. So I'm looking, at this general correlation of pullback, bullish, and thinking maybe a scalp long on Eurodollar. But then I'm noticing this really stands out on the Euro as weakness. These guys didn't have it. That's why I was thinking that. These guys were more chill on the weakness volume. So a bit more selling on the Euro, just factually. What am I going to do? Scalp the pound now? God, leave it alone. Feels greedy. Get back in long. I mean, on my main account, I wouldn't want to touch the pound for the rest of the day. Just like, that's good. That's fine. I'm going to wake up tomorrow happy no matter what. But it's interesting because we do have a downtrend to the left. We have higher prices looking to sell kind of background, looking for weakness in a downtrend. I didn't invent that. That's a basic way of trading. That's VSA, what you would be doing here. And here we are just sitting here taking longs, talking about longs. And shit, I guess we'll make money whatever the frick it ends up wanting to do. But if this pound trade aside that I took today, right, and having this marked up as an area for potential short, would I be going short on this? Of course not. No. So as far as that short trading with the background off of weakness, that obviously has not set up. And there would just be no trade. Catching it on the way up, that's different. But, there's no trade here to short. And that's fine. Okay, we got it on the way up. But it still may come, another pop up. You get, high volume, and then off we go. But yeah, we're still seeing buying, lack of selling. The euro dollar saw a bit, but that seems unique to the euro. And I like the fact that the US dollar and the yen are driving things. I'd rather see a consensus among what they're doing than suddenly take a short on the euro just because the euro had some extra selling. The US dollar is driving this situation. I'm not going to ignore that fact and think the euro dollar is going to do something that the other dollar pairs don't say it's going to do. You know what I'm saying? Euro is not in charge. It's the US dollar. So it's this pattern inverse. And if you look at the dollar index, nothing special as far as a reversal. Maybe, maybe not. There's some selling here, likely to continue. A little mixed up, supply demand close together for the moment. You see that here, supply, demand, close together. One more time. I'm doing a couple things. I'm here. Could try to scalp. But I was talking about maybe a long scalp here until I saw that weakness that's on this particular pair. So that's not happening at the moment. I'm here. We'll see what develops. One more time. One more time. We're here. We're doing a little this and that, That's why we don't have the face cam. You need to see what I'm doing. Yeah, it's legal now anyway, right? Mr. Bill, GU question mark. Oh, there you go. As we knew, that was likely not the high of the day. And then we came in and saw buyers. So off we go. And like I said, if the sellers are going to show up and this thing is going to turn, we're going to first find out about them into new high ground. So we'll see. So far, we're sitting there. I mean, you know what creates high volume, particularly tick volume? The price is jumping. So, if we're sitting here, a little tick now and then, you already know you're not seeing high volume. It's volume. It just means amount of ticks. So, if I didn't have a volume indicator, I'd have to be looking at how jumpy the price gets right now. Is it jumping around? That was, So if you're looking at kind of price action along with it, you're saying, okay, we want to see it sit still for 5 seconds and then have one tick. And we're just not running into sellers, and that's not going to create high volume, very few ticks. So if you could go back and look at this, right, there's a point in time in this candle where the price was jump, 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 jump. You know that. So we don't see jump. And so still waiting for those sellers to take it. They must be higher. We're just stopping everybody out in every direction, right? People who are people who are short on the downtrend, they're all getting so nervous and nauseous at this point. And who knows, may not set up for the short. But the thing is, I'm not turning bullish until volume backs that up. So if we float on up today, we don't see selling, and we're just not seeing, when do I become bullish? I still need high volume strength. Volume needs to back up my direction, right? London hour trade aside, volume needs to back up what I'm doing in the background. So that's how things can turn. You're looking at this, all these areas that could have brought overwhelming supply for the short to get with the downtrend, this downtrend and a retracement, running through all those potential areas of supply and selling and not hitting much. Okay, maybe we're going to go back to the top, but I can't consider it a bullish environment until volume backs that up, and that could easily be on a pullback in strength. That could be a high volume occurring up here on news, whatever, not news, and having a bullish reaction, bullish result. Then I can get bullish. I just need some sort of bullish high volume to say the uptrend actually here is something I want to get in, and then we're likely going to resistance. So volume has to still be high and get a result to back that up, because we're talking about changing directions. We were bearish, expecting sellers. If they don't show up, I want to see high volume leading to higher prices, buying in some way on high volume. It's either that. It's either you come down and get a sign of strength, or you get high volume into higher prices, but move up as a result on regular volume. There's only two ways, right? Each one looking at the result. Then I can start to say, okay, we're in a bullish environment. I'm buying. So that's how to deal with today. Generally, we're correlating. So that's the whole story today. Either we hit supply and I'm selling, or we don't. But I do see volume back up demand, and then I can buy. Because we did the pound trade already, and that ignores the background. Now we have to pay attention again. Yeah, and that just covers pretty much the entire market correlation. If you're looking at dollar Swiss, it's the same thing in reverse, right? Pretty much. US dollar yen driving everything. So cool. Live test. I think I'm going to call it complete on this London hour trade, as I'm calling it. Mission accomplished. This is a nice ABC retracement to continue up. But, what was I going to say? So, yeah, I mean, not a ton of people are here and learn this. And I think Rob was saying, you know, what if everybody starts doing this trade? So it will certainly change things. Yes, it will. But it would take a lot of people, not 500 retail traders. It would take thousands because we're talking about forex. So maybe you want to share it, maybe you don't. How about this? Don't tell anybody. And you could send some money to the losing traders. I don't know. Is there a charity of losing traders I could donate to? Sorry, man. Here. One for the books. Amazing. I'm so glad I could. It was such a good idea to come back to YouTube with this new trade. And the time that I spent away from live streaming or doing the live sessions and just trading on my own. I mean, first of all, when my back was really bad, I wasn't obviously trading at all. But then being able to get back into it, just being by myself and being able to think and do whatever I want and venture out. And what are other traders up to? What are the kids up to these days? And that whole mode of thinking of kind of coming back to something so fresh had something to do with me realizing this trade. You know, I was so stuck in what I was doing. It was working, but you know, you don't step outside the lines. But I came back kind of more open-minded. What else could I do? Start scalping the 1 minute chart, like things I wouldn't normally do. You buy scalp? Yeah, probably. So you're saying that it all comes down to jumping. What was I saying? Price jumping? Price jumping around? Is that what I was saying? You're quoting me, and I don't even know what the hell I said. I think you're talking about when I was talking about the price jumping around. Tell me if that's what you mean that I meant. Yeah, tick volume. Yeah. Yep. It's tick volume. Yeah. So it's based off of the tick activity. Obviously, in this case, 5 minutes. During those 5 minutes, the more price changes from one price to the other. It's all data that's actually like, you know, exists. If you have MT4, for example, you could actually look at the data of each tick. So, you know, it's officially working off ticks, and each tick gives supposedly an even amount of increase down here. I don't think there's any complicated math equation. For every tick, there's some sort of increase on the indicator, and that's that. But why does that work? You know, it's because high volume still represents high activity. When price is sitting there not moving much, obviously, you know, when we talk about volume just means amount, as I always say. When you say the volume of sound, is a sound loud? The volume, you're talking about the amount of decibels. So volume means amount. So in this case, amount of ticks. That's for the newer people. But Mark, you're saying EU buy scalp now. Yes, if I had to get into a trade on the EU, it would be a buy. Oh, there's my little pullback I wanted. Should I do it? All right, this is Rob's trade, not mine. Are you going to pay me back if I lose, right? Oh man, price is jumping. I can't get in. Slow down. Slow down. Stop it. I don't want to chase a wide spread. That's I just missed my price. Some volume on that bearish reaction. We go back into the weeds. Yeah, that was the entry down there, right? Quick scalp. Little quick 8 pips or whatever. But generally, we're saying the up moves are likely not over today, so could run. When I saw your video last week with new method, you don't have any idea what joy was to see a new video from you. Cool. Save me from watching your old videos. Oh no. Again and again. Cool. And I'm glad to be delivering something. Coming back with the goods. 15% in 2 days. No drawdown. But of course, that's not going to happen every time. But yeah, that's nice. Amount of orders being introduced into the market auction any point in time, volatility measure. Yeah. You got $10 in your account. Off of what? Trading the pound trade? You're testing it small too? EU was perfect. Yeah, that was a good one. It's going. Stops in profit might shake out lower. Yeah. Yeah, that was a good one. I just didn't like that to the left. But we know things are still bullish. We're not done for the day. And you came off of that right into the fib. Lack of supply. Off we go. Lack of supply. Off we go. There you go. We just went from accumulation to markup on the 1 minute chart in 30 minutes, not even, whatever it is, right? It's not always the pretty, perfect Wyckoff chart, but it's obviously there. Your end of the trend, right? And now into your markup. And for me, I'm looking for lack of supply at these areas. Automatic rally, right? Automatic rally. Lack of supply. No fake break weakness. Now, there's a lot of volume here. Whatever. I mean, you for scalping, you're supposed to have already been in. But yeah, you go through one phase into another in like 30 minutes. On a 1 minute chart, it seems kind of on average. Wyckoff phase. It's funny. So now we're in markup on a 1 minute chart. Maybe we end up doing 3 pushes up, right? 1, 2, and the second push, pull back, third push. Could end up with that pattern, like a regular markup pattern, like reaccumulation points. I think, though, when you're looking at the 1 minute chart, you just kind of do that sometimes. It's just, a couple of 15-minute candles, but it's all just a straight line here pretty much. We'll see what happens as we go higher as far as sellers and whatever. But yeah, good stuff. Yeah, I could see taking off for a scalp. It's a little out of control as far as volume into high prices. I mean, off of here, this strength, lack of supply, it's likely to test whatever's up here. And then from there, you got to deal with it. Yeah. marking the previous swing now is there. So is it a fake break or a real break? Volume all a bit on the high side. That makes it tough to do an easy breakout if volume's on the high side. Then we do the jumping, right? Trap, yeah. That's a good word for it, yeah. Bitcoin, on the other hand, going down the other way. You took advantage of, see, there seems to be something to once Eddie gets kicked out, right? But also that just fits into everything because you know he's probably going to get kicked out. So that gives you a move even before that. So thanks, Eddie. It's just business. Bitcoin, on the other hand, going down the other way, falling hard. Oh, really? If we get below 19, who the hell knows? I was saying the other day, historically, the way charts tend to behave, a lot of you already know this. We're going to spike down one more time. Everybody's going to get really scared. Bitcoin will go to 14, 12, and then finally we'll mark up. We'll go to 100,000. But it might take some time. Same old game. That's got to be the expectation now. I mean, just simple. People who have accumulated here, we can't have that. We can't have that. I'll take that from you. You're going to sell off to me at 12, right? Some of you know that game, of course. Looking like a wedge, top range. Let's see. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm not the only one thinking that. They want all the Bitcoin. Give it to me. I'll make you sell. I'll make you sweat. Go to 11. Might happen. Yeah, at least you know they want it. You can say that. I'll be the one buying down there, by the way, also. I'll take that. Sold at 12 to the guy who has the balls. No one wants to be in U.S. dollar longs at the moment. Check it out. No one wants to be in U.S. dollar longs. Let's back out. 1 minute chart guy over here. No one wants to be in longs. It's falling over for the time being. Gee, I wonder if that's a fib. 618 overshoot. That's pretty far overshoot. But, geez, if I was still in the pound dollar trade, I mean, that's fine. Like, if it was my main account, like, I'm not sitting here going, oh, shit. That's just interesting. Hey, this thing would be freaking up here. That's hilarious. What was the entry? This was the long entry. Come on. What the fuck is going on? Taking breakouts. Jeez. Oh, this thing would be up like 80 pips. Yeah. Yeah, it's yesterday again. It's yesterday again with these pound off the signal. Or is this one here? Gosh. Yeah. One more time. Monthly. I can't even think that far ahead on a dollar index. But somebody else weigh in. Now they're probably going to fade off the news. Who knows? Oh, yeah, news is the big shakeup. You could completely reset your projection potentially after news. Say, oh, we're doing this now. So, yeah. Like we said today, every trader's sitting around going, oh, CPI. CPI, PPI, CPI. Let's see what's going to happen. Yeah, a bit of excessive volume here on the euro dollar. So this says we're going to chill for the moment. We hit some weakness. We hit some strength. We hit some weakness. Sellers weren't really here, so we expected it to come up, but already dealing with some of that. So we don't have this like extreme imbalance to the upside anymore for the time being. Could just sit around. As you said there, I think. Whiplash both ways, yeah, maybe. Yep. Yeah, it's time to chill. You can feel it. You can see it. News coming. Meanwhile, it's going to shoot up 50 more pips. But probability-wise. Yeah, it's an hour until the big news of the day. So, yeah, now we're getting into that mode, certainly. This becomes a lower probability prediction hour. Right? This is logical. If you're not greedy and you're looking at charts, you go, okay, here we come with big news in 1 hour. My predictions may not be as good. Maybe chill. Your dollar, yeah. Yeah, me too. Yep. I mean, it can do whatever it wants. Doesn't mean we're wrong. But the point is, probability right now is a little lessened. Still going on this thing? Come on. That's funny. So you could pretty much say factually, and the more you back test this and test this, it becomes fact, that after the first hour of London, whatever the pound is doing, it's strong, it's weak, that's going to begin to play out. It's not in the first hour, may or may not be, whatever. But suddenly, once you get going out of that range, second hour, it's whatever the pound, typically whatever wants to happen with the pound is going to happen then, at that point in time. Typically within the second hour. Right? We're not waiting hours for this trade. Like we were saying, once it gets too late, we've moved on. It seems maybe a cutoff point for entry, a cutoff point for holding the trade. But because it is that specific. So if the pound doesn't know what it wants to do and there's nothing going on and it's slow, that's what's going to happen to the trade. Because that's the time that represents whatever the pound wants to do. Background aside, whatever. All right, so what are we doing? We're gonna celebrate. What else? Yeah, we're doing small time frame analysis. It's hard to predict right now. That's the thing. Like I said. There was a channel and do something productive while I'm here. Are we waiting till news and the Euro trade and all that? Be here for frickin' 4 more hours. I wanted to share this YouTube channel of this trader who made some really good videos. From what I've seen, everything he says I agree with. He sometimes word for word he'll say things the way I'm like, okay, this guy. Let me look around and try to find it. I'll find it. Because people say, what do you recommend for learning outside my material? And it's always like, nobody, because nobody does it like me. But shit, this guy... seems to be seeing the same things. It's good stuff. Let me find it. Just give me a second. I'm going to share a link to a YouTuber. He has nice kind of polished videos showing things, and it's cool to see a source that gives all this information that is seeing charts exactly the way I see it from what I've seen. Let me find it. Here it is. The Secret Mindset. I'll just type YouTube/his name, right? That'll work, I think. www.youtube.com/the secret. Let me click on that and see if it actually works. Yeah, there you go. All right, cool. That guy has some good videos. I like the way he presents it. I've watched maybe 5 of his videos or whatever, you know, and it's all like, yep. I haven't seen them all. Breakout for 5 minute GU led to this now. Message deleted. Holy crap. We're still going. Ooh, lots of volume. Holy cow, this is the same YouTube guy I ran into about a week ago. Yeah, about a week ago. That's when I found him. YouTube is pushing the algorithm's pushing him. Good. There you go. I mean, he has a lot of views already, so yeah, it's cool. Good information from what I've seen. I'm telling you, the forex world out there is getting a little smart. If you don't fall for some bullshit, people are starting to figure out how to trade. Holistic method, you know. But it's funny, you just found him too. Yeah, they must be pushing him on suggested videos or something. But he's the guy that mentioned in one of his videos setting a time period after London Open. As he said, like everything's the same thing I say, that we all know. You don't want to be getting into trades at the London Open itself. And then he was saying, but you can set level, the 15-minute or the 1 hour, and trade a break of those levels. Like, okay, there it is. So after I had already been testing it, I came across him mentioning it. That's funny. It's like the YouTube algorithm is getting really smart. So it recommended a guy who mentions the trade that I just shared that I never heard of before. She got buying on... Yeah, yes. We're hitting the volume. Bam. See how this closes. See the reaction. You know, I like my zones. $618 overshoot. Yeah, it's either a really nice 618 overshoot reversal or we have a lower result and probably going to support. Whatever else is back there. That's a good decision point. This has the potential to be the beginning of the top of these moves, right? We see it in the volume. But it's too soon to confirm that. We know sellers are active, but who knows if we really turn around. Yeah, this is like one big overshoot. Ripping everybody who's short from the downtrend. Ripping everybody. We were talking about this yesterday. Yes, he said this was going to happen. Everybody gets ripped. All the 1 hour, 4 hour traders who are short are no longer short. I mean, the last thing to do would be go up there and get the rest that had a stop loss up there. But this might be sufficient. The collective eddy. Again, stop above there. He just got hit. Eddie just got hit. Right, Mark? Eddie just got hit right now. Again, another whole bunch of them. Yeah, so many short positions kicked out. So many. Which, of course, gives the big money opportunity to sell in larger amounts at a better price. Doesn't mean they have to reverse price now. Maybe they get a better price and sell there too, and then we reverse. So we look at the reaction. Oh, total destruction of shorts. Ugh, brutal, man. Brutal. This is brutal. Like, it's quiet here. It's the dead of night. Actually, it's the morning. But you can almost hear it. The chaos is out there. Pop, 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 go the stops. At least we're getting entertained by the market at the moment. There's nothing to do. Except maybe go short soon. Yeah, the thing is we got news. This suggests... We'll see where this leads coming into news. Interesting that there's developments coming into news. That's going to show like part of the story and where we are in context now when the news comes out. And what happens on news is a continuation of the story. And we have some developments just before. So that gives us something to look at. Still people here. What's up? Welcome to the stream. Some of us already know these things. We've been doing it forever. If you're new, this is probably helpful. Even if we don't take a trade leading up to news, which I don't recommend. Talk about what the heck's going on. Know how to read a chart correctly. We have finally hit sellers. Now that the stops have all been hit, the shorts couldn't take it anymore. They couldn't take it anymore. They bailed. If I had balls, more bigger balls, if I was reckless, I'd be selling right here too. You know what's going on. Very helpful. Nice. Oh, it's still going to go? Damn, bloodbath. There's nobody left short. Who the hell's left? From this downtrend, there's nobody left. I mean, I say downtrend, I'm talking about that. That's a week of lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower. And all the shorts chasing down here, they're all done. The shorts from here break even, they're out. The only guys left are up here. Oh, God. That's the swing traders. That's the longer term day traders, whatever you want to call it. They're not scalpers. They have a stop all the way up there. Are we really going after them too? They're going to get so much. It's like we're talking about, if that happens, it could potentially just do that. That's if we get there, we see selling. That's becoming the projection now. And I drew that quick for a reason. Why mess around? Yeah, Mark, you were saying, I got to give you credit. You were saying yesterday that we really are going to go after all these stops. We really are going to get this high. And my thing is, yeah, of course, possible, like I was saying too. But as far as my trade opportunities, I'm not, we're short here. A lot of times you do get those smaller ones. And if those don't show up, then I'll move on to, okay, then where it maybe show up. Like I don't tend to project that far. But nice, yeah. It's like I'm always like, we'll see when it gets there. We'll see when it gets there. Of course, that was a possibility. Total bloodbath of shorts. Totally out. Totally. Here we go. The last of the Eddies who thought they were the smartest and safest are left. That's it. Ugh. Whew. And geez, we were long. I don't regret missing pips. If it was my main account, I wouldn't be mad. That's okay. Getting out of the longs earlier. That's okay for me. No regrets. What was it? 7% on the account, whatever, right? 1.5% risk, whatever. Called this expecting buyers. Current 5-minute ultra high value shakeout buying, most like. Yeah, we got to see, of course, the close, the reaction. And this is interesting leading up to news. Too many lines now. Mm-hmm. And back there now that we're up that high. Not much. So that's the whole move now is in play as far as the fib retracement, since we're this high. These are all in play as far as checkpoints. And now they're done. And we're just working off the big fib off the top. 618 overshoot again. This is turning into bread and butter trade, my main method. That's what we're getting here. High volume weakness in a bearish environment. 618 overshoot. Good risk reward if you get short here. And it comes up through this area. That's it. You want to be out. It could be going to the top. As far as to the downside, main target on a trend retracement trade is back to the support. So it's huge. You could draw a fib from the low to high and have a first target. If it confirms. So yeah, if you know my method, cool. We're seeing a potential setup there. But news in 45 minutes. I'm not going into a trade, but it could be working off of this. And just going forward, it doesn't change. Got to see what the news is going to do at this point in time. Be interesting if it drops on news. Drops on news, right? Eddie got kicked out. They got as much as they could. What do you think, Mark? They're going to drop it on news. They got it all now. They got it all. Why not? It's for that. Why would they do it now? It's going to drop on news. They got it all. Why would they do it right now? this time. Before news, when we're thinking, oh, it's going to slow down, consolidation, news is coming. No, it's going down. I see you. There's, damn, that's ballsy, man. That's ballsy. They don't give a shit. Damn. That's brutal. They don't give a shit. That's so brutal, man. Jeez. So brutal. Wow. They want it all. They want it all before the drop. Insane. So insane. So it's either going to drop on news, extremely likely. If it goes up on news, it's probably another trap. One more freaking trap. It gets sold into and comes down for the next 5 hours. Fast. Likely the first scenario, maybe the second. After that, who knows, lower probability things. Probably drop off volume now, stay in range, then pop up, then drop. Yeah, that's what I was saying. If news brings it up, it's going to be, one more stab. So brutal. So that's a 618 overshoot. This is almost a fake break if we do one more pop. It's going to be usually one or the other, right? On a really good, clean setup. This one's 618 overshoot. This one is potentially fake break. Yeah, they're all fake breaks or 618 overshoots. All of them. If this can get higher. But yep. Wild. See if that's the move there. Why is this back? I swear I deleted it. Wild stuff. Well, Smart Money has all the shorts now. Yeah, it's like we didn't know they were going to do this, but the fact that we were able to get long on a day where it's starting off like this, pat yourself on the back, yeah. And you were also saying the long here. So even this whole maneuver, anti-background move, predictable stuff. Again, that's what we're talking about. The beginnings of the session, this time of day that we passed, first 3 hours, 4 hours, it's getting to where things are going to go from off the background. Getting there is also tradable, apparently. Okay, news in 40 minutes. I guess we're hanging out. It's also unemployment claims at the same time, but that's medium impact. Is it not the main? Lagging number? Whatever the hell. It's the news. Doesn't matter what the result is. I'm not going to look. I don't care. Whatever the chart says, right? I'm not looking at this. In case you're new here, We don't care. Where big money is positioned and what's going on matters. It could not even make sense. You know what it is what the fundamentalists say about that? So let's say the reaction, right? You may have noticed this. So the reaction of this, whatever the price is, whatever the results, the actual, if the chart move off of that makes sense with what the fundamentalists say should happen, of course. Well, there you go. It's because of that. If it goes the other way, right? So this result says we're going to move up, but it moves down. What are they going to say? Come on. Oh, well, it was already priced in. Right. Come on. You've seen that, right? They always have their way out. It was already priced in. You didn't say that before. The fundamentalist always has a way out. Yep. I remember the first time I heard that, first couple times, like priced in, like, come on, man. And trade shadows of smart money footprints. Yes. Ha, fundamentalists. Yeah. I think if I was swing trading a daily chart, maybe I would care. But still knowing the game, I don't know. Seems totally useless. I mean, when fundamentals back up what's going on, everything's rosy. When they don't, then what? Oh, it's priced in. I mean, I remember when oil was at, what was it, 115? Something like that, the high. I forget. And that's when, of course, the media, scare tactics, the media, both sides, saying, "Oh, oil's it's going up, it's coming. We know it's going to get worse. We know it's going to get worse. These energy prices." Yeah, I'm selling at 112 or whatever I did, because the chart showed high volume weakness. But that's when it was really hitting the media, and people were noticing their gas prices, But it was so hyped up that we're just going and going. I mean, fundamentally, did anything really change between the oil's high and going down to whatever, 80? Did something fundamentally change? I don't know. I'm just glad that my gasoline has a smell again, because it didn't have a smell before, so I don't know what they were putting in my car, to tell you the truth. A month or two ago, if anyone noticed that. People notice that. Anyway. Watered down with whatever. But then I go to fill my tank maybe a week ago or so, and I suddenly get like surprised by the smell. I'm like, oh, it's back. The gas station smells like gas again. It was like 6 weeks of no smell when oil prices were so high. So they were apparently mixing something in. What else? We're waiting for news. 34 minutes. I wasn't going to stream so long. I just wanted to do the test trade. And I'm still here. Should we just sell on news? I'm kidding. Some excitement. Of course I'm kidding. Never do that. News traders. I don't know. I'm not a news trader. On the news. What do they call it? The straddle trade? I don't do straddle trades. So the news comes out, you put a buy order up here, and you put a sell order down there. Whichever one gets hit, you get into the trade off news. The straddle trade. It's madness. You ever notice that brokers themselves like to promote news and like to have webinars to trade the news? You notice this? What's up with that? Of all things, why are brokers so focused on getting their traders to trade news? You may have noticed that. Of all things. Best to ignore the so-called expert analysis. Yeah, fundamentals, right? A lot of the time. And trust the volume print. Of course. Just stating the facts there. Oh, yeah. I mean, you see I have an open mind. Frickin' stupid pound trade that I take now. But, so I'm not saying, you can't trade news, right? That could be something you master. You get an edge. That's, totally possible, yeah. Don't be scared of volatility, yes. Plenty of times, the fastest moves are the fake ones. Oh, yeah. That's why it's widespread, right? Because it happens so quickly or in a period of time. And then it turns. But yeah, I'm not like afraid of news in that way. Like, I mean, like on the release. Like I'm about to get in and the news is coming out right now. You know, that spiky garbage. But if the news move itself is, let's say, an up move and weakness and then no demand showing up and it's 15, 20 minutes after news release, I don't know, I may go in. That's fine. Sure. Actually, that's a good plan. But, yeah, what I say about news is, you probably agree, it's not the news move itself that you're concerned with trying to get. It's the reaction. That's very often the case. It's the reaction to the new prices that came in on the news. So if we move up, we see weakness, it confirms we're looking for short. Maybe we move down and we see strength. We say, okay, we're going one more pump up or whatever, right? We have to. So it's the reaction to prices. It's not the initial move, it's the reaction to that move. More times than not on news. Yeah, wait 30 minutes after or a 1 hour trade. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you give it a little time to see the reaction. It could be a down move on news, more likely. That certainly doesn't hit much demand at all. Okay, we're looking to short the rest of the session, right? So it's the reaction to the new prices. It would be weird, but, again, just considering there's only so many things that happen, we could move up on news and not see weakness anymore. Oh, then you have high volume leading to higher prices. You have to reconsider what's going on. So, yeah, very telling. How about this? What if you apply, you ready for this one? The 1 hour breakout method, right, that we do on the pound, to high impact news hours. So the news comes out in 30 minutes. That's 8:30 my time. So you mark the high and low of 8:30 to 9:30. I can't believe I traded like this. It's so ridiculous. You mark the high and low from 8:30 to 9:30, and then you trade it. Break or fake break. It's so dumb. No. which is what you're suggesting kind of in what you said. Wait 30 minutes after or an hour. And that made me think of, well, then maybe we're doing that again on high impact news. Oh my God. It works. A lot of algos base off it actually mate across two accounts. One wins, one doesn't. Well, then, wow. But you end up break even. It's a risk reward thing. Bigger win than loss. You've tested it already. Okay. But trap is sometimes they whiplash first. Yeah. So you let that time go by, right? Not to over leverage. No, one account blows, yeah. And I guess if you're talking about news moves, they'll tend to be a little bigger. So stops are bigger, targets are bigger, positions are smaller. And maybe even smaller than that. But yeah, it depends. If it leads to a clean setup, we're 15, 20 minutes at least after the news, and it's just spoke to us and said this is what's going on. Yeah, could be a setup. But there's the idea of letting it, if it's unclear, maybe it needs that time for whatever, to give it that hour, see what goes on. Apply the 1 hour method just as a test run. In theory, it might make sense. It might work. Never thought I would be trading like that, but yeah. Especially after the last 2 days. Like, where else can we put this thing? If it doesn't move much, hard to get your option to straddle too. Oh, I hate the straddle. You know, obviously, I'm sure you hate that too. It could spike up, hit the weakness, or you get long. Yeah, okay, come on. And go into the money in the options trade. Yeah, I would never do that. But yeah, the 1 hour thing you're saying is good. Okay. Maybe it's one or the other or both when it comes to applying the 9 to 10 a.m. and the news. So this is 30 minutes before the time that I would normally set that 1 hour. So this shifts it a little bit, perhaps. Yeah. It's like if there's no high impact news, it's this set time. If there is, then it's the high impact news. Then you're working off of that. All right, that might make sense. We're refining. We're figuring it out. Seems like we have the pound nailed. Know what we're doing with that. Yeah. Where you get small loss or break even, sometimes they're problem. Yeah, that's cool. And when I see FOMC non-farm, my thought is always, all right, let's see what happens. It's all about that today. But this could be a way to say, okay, there's the opportunity, clean cut rules. And then you have the prior opportunity on the pound, no matter what, that may set up on a news day. Apparently is no problem. Good stuff, good stuff. We might just be making trading a little easier here. And a little better. Fuck. Nice. All right, what's up, guys? We're waiting for the news at this point. 25 minutes. We have some theories on what's going to happen and some opportunities that could show up. So we'll have some fun and see. All right, I'm going to put a B right back. We did our pre-news maneuver. We're done with that. That was highly effective and ballsy. And now we're waiting for news, right? Okay. Back in just a few minutes. All right. We are back. News in 17 minutes. We'll see if we get some sort of setup after the news. Coming off of the news reaction. One possible scenario is the one more pop-up that gets sold into. It seems like that may be the most likely. So we'll just map it out. I'm not the only one thinking it. But generally, it seems like it's likely to come down from here. We'll see how that works together with the news. Buy one, sell the other max lots. Jeez. Sounds kind of crazy. News. 15 minutes. Is it going to be the mother of all shorts? 300 pips on the pound yen by Friday? Maybe. We'll see. All right, relax. This freaking thing. Where's the end of it? Freaking huge. Yeah. I'm holding some silver that I bought off of this zone. And I had that plotted so far in advance. But I did buy here and then here. It's holding. But yeah, potentially there and correlated. All right, news in 12 minutes. See what we get. What do we got? 6 minutes till the action. The anticipation around the world. Find some other live streaming people. Nah, I don't want to do that. Oh, I just wasn't talking. Eating a sandwich. Gotta eat, yeah. Forget when I'm doing this. All I want is coffee. I'm holding myself back because I'm gonna need to sleep. Could start making decaf. I don't know. Friggin' decaf. I would have a cup of decaf right now. I could order a delivery from Starbucks. It'll be $22 for a small coffee. Yeah, if you gotta eat, eat. But do it in 5 minutes because we want to see the news move. Should we put on Bloomberg? You ever watch Bloomberg like at London Open? Like I put it on for a little while just to see like certain times when certain fundamental things are happening or whatever, knowing what I'm listening to. Yeah, fake news. But my point being, I couldn't stand it anymore. It's like the whole thing's like a SNL skit. It's just hilariously bad. If you want a good laugh, listen to Bloomberg. Start around London Open. It's just terrible. It's incompetent. For like a like 4 days or 5 days, one of the two hosts was in Italy because their election was coming up, so she had to go there like 4 days early for some reason and co-host the show from Italy with a delay. So when she was talking to guests, the delay was messing things up. There was confusion. And then one of the interviews ended where she was like wanting to ask one more question and the guy's talking over her. She's like, and then you hear her go, oh. It's like comedy. Fucking Bloomberg. Like the Asia time of day, like they got it together better. But those people around that time, oh my gosh. So bad. And then the guests are always like uncomfortable. Seems very uncomfortable place to work. Something's always going wrong. Well, that tells you about, I guess, Michael Bloomberg, right? Who's the owner? Buck stops with him. Good thing he's not running the country because that was what he wanted to do. The guy that runs Bloomberg, he runs that shit show. I don't think so. 2 minutes to news. The problem is on the live stream, Bloomberg live stream, the chat live stream chat, you have to subscribe and pay to be able to talk in the chat. Otherwise, it would just be a party in there. It would be great. We're here for the show. But we couldn't talk. All of us watching this thinking, what the hell is this shit show? Anyway, here we go. News in 1 minute. That's blowing right through support, most likely right now. To support. But who knows? It's news. What am I talking about? I don't predict anything. It's already getting a little hot. there, there you go. There you go. There you go. It's not tradable, but it was sure predictable. Wow. You sons of... I can't believe they did that. So dirty. So dirty. Oh my gosh. What a dirty move. They really did it, Mark. They actually did that shit. Damn, that's dirty. Did everybody dirty. Now go long. Yeah, right. I'm not buying now. That is hilarious. So dirty. And it just for anyone who wasn't around for the conversation, the point is they kicked everybody out of their shorts. They took it. They took everything. We're like, why are they doing this right before news? And then it clicked. Obviously, why they're taking all the shorts. Because it's going to go down. See, we were hoping for maybe another fake out on news and give us some time. Or maybe a down move that was, reasonable size. And then things start to calm down and we can get with it. This is just F you on the way up and F you on the way down. Crazy. It was funny because as a joke, not really a joke, I kept drawing this. Like, okay, it's going to do that. Some of them did. Oh my God. They actually did that today. Damn. Yeah, I mean, I believe that's possible, but to decide where the bottom is at this point in time, at this very moment, for me personally, I'm not trying to just pick the bottom. I want to see, like I say, the reaction to the news move. And it could be on some of these that are more chill of a move. This is not so crazy like the pound yen. It could give a traditional sort of lack of demand, supply still showing, and then getting in at a reasonable price on a short. I don't know. Maybe some time before anything else. But this crap playing out. Let's see. Wow, what a move. When you see what they're doing, it's crazy. Just crazy. Kicking everybody out. Eddie took longs. Every short trader, I know I'm repeating myself, everybody that went short through here, especially down here, all got kicked out. Now it's going to go without them. And whoever's gone long late, they're in trouble too, of course. Because it looks like we're having a nice bullish day here. So if you bought, you better have gotten out. Yeah, bloodbath. Well, as far as looking for the trade, especially focusing on the euro dollar, yeah, that's not my style right now, getting into a trade off of this in the very near future. Talking about 15, 20 minutes, maybe this. Yeah, that's not my style. I'm going to get into a trade on this right now. Some of them are a little more chill, but I think in this type of reaction, it might be better to give it even some more time than usual. Is this going to go and go and go, or what's the deal? See the reaction, as I say. Yeah, lower prices. What's the reaction to the lower prices? Take it as it comes. But we know what it is. We knew it was likely coming. I didn't know it would be so quick and extreme, but there it is. They did their business. No messing around. So yeah, definitely some of these opportunities talking about trying to get short after news. It's just in a price area that's not ideal because it went so low. Obviously, sell high, buy low. This is selling low. But yeah, I mean, I'm not going to keep streaming forever, but I would give this a little more time than usual to settle down. So where are we on this? Back to the high. Is that all-time high? It is, right? Looks like we're going back, unless something happens off of this. That changes things. Longer term, at least, maybe. Not today. But yeah, especially focusing on the euro dollar. Normally, news moves obviously are not this big in context with the background. So applying the usual 1 hour range, we were talking about, we'd be applying it to this huge, ridiculous shit. It doesn't mean it's not valid, and maybe there's a break to the downside for a short on that 1 hour high low thing. But that would be it. And looking to trade outside that. Or it may even get bigger and worse. You're down here by the time you're looking to short. It's a bit extreme. What a maneuver today. All planned out and shit. I guess I'll end the stream. Again, the last thing was focusing on the euro dollar now off of this. And it's just so extreme, I wouldn't do anything for a while. And I got to go to sleep. Waiting an hour for the hour trade. It's kind of huge, but still waiting for it is... actually, that's the hour, right? Or whatever it is. Yeah, it's too long a wait. I got to sleep. Who knew? Yes, who knew? What a surprise. Oh, we had the lines drawn there. There's my proof. This is what we were hoping for. So we would get our chance. The fake. One more fake so we could get in. All right. So one more win on the test. That's 3 in break even. We'll see what happens the next week. I probably won't stream tomorrow, but maybe I'll stream tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. But that pretty much concludes the test for now, or at least done trading that thing live as a test. We're good. Very good, guys. Fun again. Wild stuff. Good stuff. Nice trading with you again. They knew that you wanted one more chance to get in. Yeah, exactly. They were the smartest in the end. Smarter than all of us. Because well, as I said before, who has the balls to short? Remember I said that? Maybe we just didn't have the balls. All right, good stuff. If I don't see you tomorrow, I'll be around next week. Join the Discord. See you soon. Been fun.